Chapter 1273. Among the stars, there was a lonely figure wearing white. Her blue hair fluttered in the wind, giving off a peerless elegance. Li Qianmei was filled with confusion and determination as she moved forward. There were still tears on her face. She bit her lower lip and moved faster and faster. There are some things in this world that can't be reasoned with. It requires persistence. Whether it's worth it or not, I have to do it. She let out a sigh as she endured the sadness and bitterness in her heart and moved even faster. In the Rank 9 region, the God Sect was located on a planet hidden in the fog. There was an endless formation here, and at the center of the formation was a very gorgeous palace. Inside the palace, Mu Bingmei was sitting there, staring ahead. Her beautiful face was filled with indifference. "Why did you trap me?" Wang Shanshan sat outside the palace and frowned. She softly said, "Big Sister Mu, it's hard to disobey teacher's order. Little sister doesn't understand this either. Perhaps teacher wants you to recover as soon as possible, so he did this." Mu Bingmei silently pondered. She didn't understand why the God Sect head elder would do this. All of this was strange, and there was a stabbing pain in her heart that made it impossible for her to focus. It was as if something big had happened, and it was happening to someone she was familiar with. At this moment, Mu Bingmei didn't know that the Rank 8 sect competition had been cancelled, nor did she know that Li Qianmei had left the heaven-breaking sect. She didn't know that Wang Lin was facing the biggest crisis of his life, and it was difficult to predict whether he would live or die. If she knew all of this, who knew what she would do? Time slowly passed. Wang Lin was still sitting on the wild continent. His origin soul had turned into a ball of fire that surrounded the two halves of the iron sword. He continued to force out the blood from the sword. 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours, all the way until 20 hours had passed. With Wang Lin's cultivation, he was finally able to force out 30% of the blood from the iron sword after using up all of the origin crystals. This 30% turned into a bean-sized blood pill that gave off a strange aura and floated around Wang Lin's origin soul. Forcing out 30% of the blood on the iron sword was already Wang Lin's limit. Even if he was given more time, it would be very difficult for him to force out more blood. If it wasn't for the fact that his body had reached its peak during that life and death crisis, he wouldn't have been able to force out so much blood. After putting away the iron sword and the silver-robed woman, Wang Lin sat down cross-legged and began to adjust his aura. Gradually, his heartbeat slowed down. Every few breaths of time, it would only beat once. It was as if it had returned to silence. Time passed. The last 4 hours slowly but quickly arrived. When the last breath passed, Wang Lin opened his eyes and calmly looked at the stars. At this moment, the entire starry sky was suddenly filled with starry mist. An indescribable pressure slowly spread out from within the mist. "It's here." Wang Lin's pupils suddenly shrank, but he soon recovered and coldly stared at the sky. This pressure was heaven shaking. The moment it spread out, the earth trembled and showed signs of collapsing. In an instant, all the fog covering the Rank 5 region was pushed back. The fog surged like waves, and the roars from within became even more intense. It was as if all the fierce beasts hidden within the fog were terrified. At the same time, a giant vortex formed by fog appeared at the end of Wang Lin's vision. The vortex swept by, and a giant arm came out from the vortex toward Wang Lin. This arm was very old and had wrinkles on it. It was like the hand of an old man, and the moment it reached toward Wang Lin, the world rumbled as if the entire world was going to collapse due to the appearance of this arm. The origin energy of heaven and earth seemed to be sealed by a strange power at this moment. It actually avoided the origin energy of heaven and earth, as if it did not exist in this star field at all. The speed of the giant palm was indescribable. The moment it appeared from the vortex, it was already above Wang Lin's head. It mercilessly reached toward him like it was grabbing an ant. There were no words, no questions, and no chance of survival. The palm descended. Wang Lin had experienced this before in the seven-colored realm. It seemed like every third-step cultivator liked to use this method to crush the ants in their eyes. It was as if no one in this world could make them reveal their true bodies, let alone an ant like Wang Lin. However, ants could also bite, struggle, and resist. Not to mention, Wang Lin never considered himself an ant. Even if he was an ant, he only wanted to devour the world and was filled with defiance. The moment the arm descended, Wang Lin's eyes revealed madness. He let out a cold snort and jumped into the air. He turned into a meteor and charged toward the palm. Even a third-step cultivator can't make me yield. The battle intent in Wang Lin's heart ignited, and the star of law between his eyebrows rotated like crazy. He charged out and closed in on the palm. The moment the palm reached out, he let out a heaven-shaking roar. 10 million rays of sword energy. Wang Lin's right index finger pointed at the palm, and the sword energy hidden inside his finger erupted. 1, 2, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, 5 million, 8 million, 9,990,000. Only one ray short of 10 million rays of sword energy erupted from Wang Lin's right index finger. At this instant, Wang Lin's right index finger turned into the last ray of sword energy. At this moment, there were 10 million rays of sword energy, and it reached completion. The moment it reached completion, the shadows of two deer appeared and surrounded Wang Lin's right index finger. Then his finger and the palm collided. This was the collision of finger and palm. 10 million rays of sword energy fused into one. It was a spell that could kill all Nirvana Shatterer cultivators and even Heaven's Blight cultivators. This was the first attack between Wang Lin and the person that wanted to kill him. A thunderous rumble echoed across the world and caused the endless star fog to collapse. It spread across the entire Rank 5 region and caused all the Rank 5 cultivators to cough out blood. Their faces turned pale and were filled with indescribable horror. Everything in the world seemed to slow down at this moment. Wang Lin's index finger landed on the palm. At this moment, the 10 million rays of sword energy hidden at Wang Lin's finger suddenly erupted. The rays of sword energy rushed into the giant palm like crazy. The 10 million rays of sword energy contained madness, Wang Lin's unwillingness to die, and Wang Lin's resistance and foundation as a heaven-defying cultivator. It rumbled inside the palm in an extreme manner. The illusory images of the two deer beasts shot out along with the sword chi, transforming into two streams of black and white light that fused into Meng Hao's palm. Popping sounds echoed out like thunder, replacing all other sounds in the world. Even the flow of the heavenly will seem to come to a complete halt. The only thing that remained in the world was the scene of Wang Lin's finger colliding with the palm. The desolate hand's descent came to an abrupt halt, and endless banging sounds came from it. From a close distance, one could see that there seemed to be thousands of silver snakes drilling into the skin of the arm, causing countless thin lines to appear under the skin, and the banging sounds became even more intense. Thunderous rumbles echoed as if the arm was about to collapse. The skin of the arm exploded, but strangely enough, no blood came out. There wasn't even a sliver of origin energy. The arm paused for a moment, and then a soft exclamation came from the endless fog behind the arm. You do have some skill. However, how can a firefly compete with the bright moon? You dare to fly into the air before the old man? Get down from me. The old voice spread out from the fog like a mighty pressure. It also turned into a wave of air that came crashing down from the sky. This shock wave was very powerful. If a Nirvana Shatterer cultivator touched it, their body would collapse and they would die. When it landed on Wang Lin coughed out a mouthful of blood. It was as if he had been hit by a carriage weighing 10 million pounds, or countless cultivation planets smashing into him. Popping sounds came from his bones as he was mercilessly smashed down from the sky. He had no power to resist at all. However, Wang Lin had the body of an ancient god. After coughing out blood, he ferociously shouted, 10 million rays of sword energy, collapse, collapse, collapse. Wang Lin's voice was filled with crazy, killing intent. He had been a heaven-defying cultivator his entire life. He had defied the heavens and would never yield. The moment his voice echoed, the 10 million rays of sword energy that had entered the arm trembled and exploded at the same time. The 10 million rays of sword energy exploded at the same time. This scene was difficult to describe with words. The thunderous rumble seemed like it was going to collapse the rank 5 region. In an instant, the skin on the arm split open and the countless rays of sword energy exploded, releasing a destructive aura. It was as if 10 million cultivators had turned into flying swords and entered the arm to launch a crazy, self-destructive attack. The thunderous rumble was like a sound from ancient times, and it was heaven shaking. This kind of spell was enough to kill all Nirvana Shatterer cultivators. Even Heaven's Blight cultivators would be in a sorry state. However, at this moment, the giant arm trembled and a strange force came from it. The collapse of the 10 million rays of sword energy dissipated, but the arm remained unscathed. Only a drop of blood dripped down from the center of his palm. Wang Lin's spell had almost destroyed the 4 illusory fingers of Dao Master Blue Dream in the ancient star system. Now that his spell had increased greatly and he had unlocked the seal on the short sword, its power was not ordinary. The first contact with Taoist water, the first attack, caused Wang Lin to cough out a mouthful of blood. Intense pain came from his bones, and he felt like his body was being torn apart as he was pressed down from the sky. However, Taoist water was injured. Even though it was a small wound, it was still an injury. This was a fact. He still owed a chapter from yesterday, and he was writing it now. Chapter 1274. A third-step cultivator wanted to kill a Nirvana Shatterer cultivator, but the sword energy of the Nirvana Shatterer cultivator had left such a small wound. If news of this got out, Wang Lin's name would shock all life in the inner and outer realms. Third-step cultivators were legendary third-step cultivators. In the entire sealed realm, third-step cultivators were extremely rare. Even in the outer realm, third-step cultivators were extremely rare. Third-step cultivators were enough to sweep the world and even dare to battle the heavens. They were like emperors among cultivators. All other cultivators were like ants before them and could be annihilated. Nirvana Shatterer cultivators could become the head of a sect, and Heaven's Blight cultivators could become high elders. However, in the eyes of third-step cultivators, they were still ants that could be killed at will. This was strength. This was the cruel cultivation world, where the strong preyed on the weak. If Wang Lin had reached the third step, Taoist water would have been extremely cautious and likely wouldn't have chosen to fight at all. Instead, he would have treated Wang Lin as an honored guest, and they would have sat down to exchange benefits for the answers they needed. If Wang Lin was a third-step cultivator, then whether it was the Alliance, the Cloud Sea, or the Luo Tian, he could sweep them all. Even Master Lu Fu would have to be polite and respect each other. They wouldn't easily start a war. Strength was everything, and it was the foundation of survival in this cruel cultivation world. I still underestimated a little ant like you. However, the more you act like this, the more the old man wants to kill you. An ancient voice came from the heavens and earth, echoing like thunder. The giant palm returned to the star fog, and as the fog churned violently, a boy wearing a Taoist robe gradually walked out from it. This boy had a head of white hair, but his face was white and clear. When he walked out, his gaze fell on Wang Lin below. Third-step cultivators rarely fought with their true bodies. Most of them merged with the world and fought with their avatars. The world was vast, and a third-step avatar could appear anywhere in the world. Only in a life and death battle between third-step cultivators would they use their original bodies. Since Taoist water had come with his original body, it was obvious he was eager to kill Wang Lin. However, this also showed how important Wang Lin was to him and how cautious he was. What he was worried about was that Wang Lin was really the reincarnation of his master, and that Wang Lin really had the heaven-defying bead. The moment the white-haired boy walked out from the fog, Wang Lin stood on the ground, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He had been waiting for this moment, waiting for his opponent to reveal himself. In today's battle, I definitely can't think about that slim chance of survival. Otherwise, if I have something to rely on, I won't have any drive, and I won't have any rebellious thoughts. If that happens, I'll definitely die. Only by placing oneself in a hopeless situation, abandoning all life force, and fighting for a bright future. Wang Lin's expression was malevolent and crazed. After thinking it through, he severed all paths of retreat and forced himself into a dead end. In truth, when the white-haired boy arrived, he was already in a hopeless situation. The moment the white-haired boy appeared from the fog, Wang Lin waved his hand and let out a roar. "If you want to kill me, you'll have to pay the price." As Wang Lin roared, he flew into the air once more. He didn't retreat at all and charged into the sky like a meteor. At this instant, the 100 wild continents around Wang Lin began to move. Countless blood runes appeared, and it was impossible to calculate how many there were. However, under Wang Lin's command, these blood runes flew out. They gave off a destructive aura and shot toward the white-haired boy. That whimpering howl was extremely horrifying. Every blood-colored talisman was condensed from the blood essence of a fierce beast. It also contained the unique Tao soul of the fierce beasts in the Cloud Sea. This made the power of the blood-colored talisman far stronger than the ones refined from other galaxies. At this moment, they closed in, and even space itself was dyed blood-red. Bursts of howls and rumbles echoed as they shot toward the white-haired boy. You also know the Tattoo Clan spell, but it's useless against the old man. Taoist Water's expression was neutral. As the endless blood runes closed in, he casually waved his right hand. Carefree collapsed Tao. Taoist Water's voice was calm, but the moment it echoed, it gave off the illusion that a god was roaring. His voice became even more intense and spread out like crazy. All the blood tattoos would collapse when they collided with the invisible sound. They couldn't even get close to Taoist Water's body. The collapse was as endless as the tattoos, and they exploded like crazy in the world. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the entire Rank 5 region trembled violently. A giant spatial crack appeared and split the Rank 5 region in half. Tattoo blood transformation. Wang Lin's hand formed a seal, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. The color of this blood was demonic, and the moment he coughed it out, it absorbed the blood light from the collapsed tattoos. In an instant, the blood before him reached a limit and turned into a ball of blood. It broke through all the spells before it and shot toward Taoist Water. However, the moment the ball of blood closed in, Taoist Water's gaze swept by and it suddenly collapsed. At this instant, the white-haired boy's right hand reached out and one drop of blood from Wang Lin stopped collapsing and landed in the boy's hand. The white-haired boy held the drop of blood from Wang Lin and swallowed it. Then his eyes lit up. Not reincarnation. The collapse of the blood runes was not outside of Wang Lin's expectations. His 10 million rays of sword energy had caught him off guard and caused him a small wound. Now that the white-haired boy had used a third-step spell, all spells would collapse before it. The blood runes were a type of spell, so they naturally couldn't use the seventh-step spell. However, this was exactly what Wang Lin wanted. When the ball of blood collapsed and all the surrounding tattoos were destroyed, the world was dyed red. At this instant, Wang Lin waved his hand and shouted, "Tao restriction!" Restrictions weren't spells. They were formed by the aura of the world at the beginning of ancient times. They formed their own Tao. In particular, Wang Lin had fused the three great restrictions together to infinitely trace back to the origin of the Tao restriction. At this moment, nearly 100 wild continents trembled and rapidly shrank under the effect of the restriction. As Wang Lin waved his hand, they smashed down on Taoist Water. Annihilation restriction, seal the world. Life and death restriction, seal the body. Time restriction, seal the soul. Three great restrictions fuse into one, seal. 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 Seal the world you are in. Seal the power of your body. Seal the power of your origin soul. Wang Lin's hand pointed forward. Thunderous rumbles echoed. Aside from the continents under Wang Lin, the remaining 100 wild continents formed a circular formation that surrounded Taoist Water. It gave off a heaven-shaking pressure as it closed in on Taoist water. The restrictions on these 100 wild continents erupted like crazy after accumulating power. The annihilation restriction surrounded the world, forming a giant cage that sealed the world. The life and death restriction turned into two strands of life and death aura that surrounded the white-haired boy's body, one in front and one behind. They formed a life and death restriction. The time restriction had reversed 5,000 years with Wang Lin's flowing time spell. An ancient aura spread out and shrouded the white-haired boy's origin soul. As Wang Lin spoke, the three great restrictions suddenly erupted. Three great restrictions. Unfortunately, there is no fourth restriction, or else it would have some power. Taoist Water's eyes lit up, and he waved his right hand once more. With one wave, the world collapsed. The power of the carefree collapse, Tao hadn't dissipated yet. With this wave, it reached a peak and formed a collapse of all living things in the world. The endless rumbling echoed, causing the hundreds of wild continents in the area to shatter and collapse in the blink of an eye. The collapse of 100 wild continents at the same time was something only a third-step cultivator could do. However, even though the wild continent had collapsed, the three great restrictions on it absorbed all the blood-colored light left behind by the dissipation of the runes. They surrounded the area and completely sealed the white-haired boy inside. The three great restrictions could seal the world, the body, and the origin soul, but they couldn't seal the soul. This was because without the fourth restriction, they couldn't truly become one. However, Wang Lin had used his great wisdom to use the blood runes formed by the countless fierce beasts the white-haired boy had destroyed to dye the soul. This allowed the restrictions to become deformed and complete. A mere ant spell. Even if you use the blood runes to complete it, it's useless. The white-haired boy took a step forward, but he didn't cast any spells at all. Instead, he forced his way forward. His cultivation had reached the third step, and his body was filled with law. Wherever he went, law was law, and no spells could stop him. As he moved forward, the world seemed to return to when it was first created, and a path was created for him. Even the combination of the three great restrictions, which could seal everything, trembled in front of him. The time restriction was the first to collapse, unable to seal his nascent soul. Next was the life and death restriction, which collapsed, unable to seal his body. Finally, the annihilation restriction dissipated, unable to seal heaven and earth. Although the three great restrictions had all been destroyed, because they weren't spells or laws, they caused the white-haired boy's body to pause for a moment. Everything Wang Lin had done was to wait for this moment to appear. Wang Lin's pupils shrank, his hair was a mess, his eyes were blood red, and he let out a roar like crazy. God-slaying war chariot! The God-slaying war chariot turned into a ray of light and shot at Taoist Water. It was very powerful, and when it charged out, it opened a rift that split the rank 5 region. Behind the lance was the 7-colored war chariot. The 7 spikes on the chariot formed a rainbow that charged out at Taoist Water. At this moment, all laws were about to collapse before these 2 God-slaying war chariots. Laws couldn't stop it. The heavens couldn't stop it. No power could stop these 2 God-slaying war chariots. This was the real God-slaying war chariot. The power to shoot down the war chariots of the gods in the sky. For the first time, Taoist Water's expression changed. He had made up for what he owed yesterday. Chapter 1275. Back in the Rain Celestial Realm, a steam duo Bao had just created the God-slaying war chariot. Before it was fully activated and he went out to find materials, the Celestial Realm encountered a calamity. During that calamity, a steam duo Bao died with monstrous regret. Everything he had learned and cultivated in his life was used to create the God-slaying war chariot. For this reason, he didn't hesitate to search for materials all over the world, causing his endless lifespan to rapidly wither away. By the end of his life, his hair was all white and his vitality was about to run out. Even if there wasn't a calamity, once the God-slaying war chariot was completed, he would still have died. Esteemed Duo Bao's dream was to create the most powerful treasure in the world, one that could kill gods, destroy all laws, and break open the heavens. His regret was left in the jade and eventually fell into Wang Lin's hands. Today, at this moment, Wang Lin displayed the terrifying power of the god-slaying war chariot for the first time. Even though Taoist water had lived for countless years, even though he was the servant of the Lord of the Sealed Realm, even though he was the head elder of the God sect, he didn't know everything about the four celestial realms. He also didn't know that a celestial named Duo Bao had created a treasure that could threaten third-step cultivators. It's not a nirvana void treasure, and I can't even tell its rank. What kind of treasure is this? The white-haired boy's expression changed. He had come here to kill Wang Lin with a 90% certainty. The only thing he had to worry about was the heaven-defying bead. He didn't expect Wang Lin to have such a terrifying treasure. There was no time for him to think. The spear on the Thunder Beast's god-slaying war chariot broke through the sky and left the rank 5 region as it shot toward Taoist water. There was no howl, only an indescribable killing intent. It was as if the spear had its own consciousness and was going to kill once it flew out. After Taoist water entered the third step, he rarely used spells at full power. However, right now his eyes were serious. As the spear closed in, he waved his sleeves, and his right hand formed a claw that mercilessly reached forward. Carefree cutting Tao. As Taoist water's words echoed across the world, his right hand seemed to turn into the strongest law that could cut everything in the world. As he waved his hand, popping sounds echoed. Even the void before him was completely cut by him and began to disintegrate. The collapsed void suddenly expanded into the shape of a saw and continued to spread. The rumbling reached a peak and echoed across the world like a roar. It quickly collided with the spear, and a deafening rumble echoed. This violent rumble echoed across the rank 5 region and even the rank 6 region. Countless cultivators coughed out blood, and their eyes were filled with fear. The spear was surrounded by the saw, and thunderous rumbles continued to echo. It was like a giant wave that grew taller and taller. Eventually, a harsh rubbing sound echoed. This rubbing sound was extremely sharp, and when it entered Wang Lin's ears, it caused him to bleed from his orifices. It was as if his body was being cut. Intense pain filled his body, and he coughed out blood as he rapidly retreated. Taoist water's expression became even more serious, and his eyes lit up. He raised his right hand and pointed at the sky. His eyes lit up, and he mercilessly chopped down. Carefree cutting Tao blade, destroy all law. A thunderous rumble echoed, and a giant crack appeared before Taoist water. This crack was irregular and connected the heavens and earth like a saw. The moment it appeared, it charged forward. Everywhere it passed, the starry sky, the heavens, and all matter were sliced in two, forcefully sliced in half. As it charged forward, it closed in on the 100,000 feet long spear in almost an instant and swept past it. Rumble, 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 rumble. As the violent rumbles echoed, the last wild continent Wang Lin was on collapsed into countless pieces. His face was pale, and he coughed out blood from many parts of his body. He was now covered in blood. The spear was swept by the Tao blade that connected the heavens and earth. It trembled violently and was split in half by Taoist water's spell. After destroying the spear, Taoist water didn't relax at all. He became completely focused, and his eyes became even more serious. As the spear collapsed, a ray of 7-colored light came out and shot toward Taoist water. This was the third god-slaying war chariot, the strongest treasure esteemed Duo Bao had made in his life. Compared to the spear, this 7-colored light was what Taoist water really cared about, and felt it was somewhat terrifying. The 7-colored light was too fast and closed in like crazy. For the first time, Taoist water retreated 3 steps and waved his right hand. The rift that connected the heavens and earth and cut the spear in half was about to break the 7-colored light. However, at the instant the crack closed in and collided with the 7-colored light, the crack silently shrank. In the blink of an eye, it turned into nothingness, as if it had never been there. This sudden change caused Taoist Water's expression to change greatly, and he retreated a few more steps. His hands formed a seal, and there was a flash of ghostly light in his eyes. He opened his mouth and spat out a cloud of fog. The fog was black, and the moment it appeared, a heaven-shaking roar came from it. 9 ferocious ghost heads appeared within the fog, and as they roared, they charged at the 7-colored light to devour it. Each ghost head was equivalent to the full power of a cultivator at the 3rd heaven's blight. Not to mention the carefree destruction Tao and carefree slicing Tao. Just the 9 ghost mist was enough to sweep through any star system. Very few could resist it. At that moment, the 9 ghost heads roared ferociously and closed in. They were about to devour the 7-colored light, but the instant they did, they began to tremble. The 7-colored light suddenly shone brightly and enveloped the world, causing the 9 ghost heads to let out miserable screams. They were forced back, not daring to stop it. 2 of the ghost heads didn't manage to dodge in time and were hit by the 7-colored light. They immediately disintegrated and turned into boundless energy of the world that dissipated into the air. Taoist Water's expression was gloomy as he retreated once more. His hands quickly formed a seal, and he used another spell. At this moment, Wang Lin's face was pale, but there was a flash of killing intent in his eyes. He waved his right hand, and the trident appeared in his hand. His body grew like crazy, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a giant ancient god thousands of feet tall. He took a step forward, and the trident shot toward Taoist Water. As he moved forward, Wang Lin's left hand formed a seal and pointed at the sky. Call the wind spread out and turned into black dragons. They blew out destructive wind and turned into black spears that shot toward Taoist Water. The summon the rain technique filled the air, forming ice swords that rushed forward under the flickering crystalline light. At the same time, magic arsenal appeared, and the celestial sealing stamp flew out from Wang Lin's mouth. The countless souls inside let out mournful roars and charged at Taoist Water under the lead of Master Void and Tian Yunzi. Mountain crumbles rumbled under Wang Lin's feet as he charged forward. Illusory volcanoes appeared under his feet and erupted with destructive power. Taoist Water didn't care about any of this at all. What he cared about was the 7-colored light that was closing in like crazy. His hands formed a seal, and he suddenly closed his eyes. He opened his eyes in an instant. The moment he opened his eyes, his gaze seemed to become corporeal and landed on the 7-colored light before him. There was a thunderous rumble, and a heaven-shaking impact appeared. The moment Taoist Water's gaze landed on the 7-colored light, one of them collapsed. The remaining 6 didn't stop and closed in like crazy. Taoist Water closed his eyes once more and then suddenly opened them. In a short period of time, he had closed his eyes several times. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Under this nameless spell, the 7-colored light suddenly collapsed, and only 3 of them remained. They were less than 100 feet from Taoist Water. 100 feet was a distance that couldn't be described as an instant. At this critical moment, Taoist Water's eyes revealed a strange light, and he softly said, "Stop spell." The moment those 3 words left his mouth, he froze the heavens, froze the earth, froze the laws, froze the operation, froze all divine abilities, and froze all living things. At this moment, all the spells Wang Lin had used stopped in the void. Even his body stopped, and his eyes were filled with shock. It was as if all the origin energy in his body had condensed, and he couldn't move it at all. Thunderous rumbles came from the red, yellow, and blue light. It was as if someone had pulled on the reins of countless wild horses. They struggled violently and stopped 30 feet from Taoist Water. What a powerful treasure! Unfortunately, there is still a seal on it that hasn't been released. Otherwise, even though the old man is at the early stage of Nirvana Void, he would have been injured and forced the old man to use the stop spell. Lu Ziheo, for you to be able to do this, you could be considered a genius. Nirvana Void, Spirit Void, Arcane Void, and Void Tribulent. Among the 4 realms of the 3rd step, Only third-step cultivators at the Spirit Void stage can remain unscathed when all the seals on this treasure are released. Taoist Water's eyes lit up. This god-slaying war chariot had shocked him. If it wasn't for the fact that he had a spell that didn't belong to this world, he would have been injured before he could kill Luzaheo. Although he wouldn't die, it was a shame for a third-step cultivator to be injured by an ant's counterattack. You don't have the right to use this treasure. It belongs to the old man. Taoist Water waved his sleeves, and a vortex appeared between his eyebrows. This vortex was like a big mouth, and the moment it appeared, it devoured the red, yellow, and blue rays of light. The huge difference between their cultivation levels was like a ravine that couldn't be crossed. Wang Lin stared at all of this, and the flames of unwillingness burned in his eyes. I'm not willing. I still have 3 killing moves. Even if I die, I have to make this person pay an unbearable price. Chapter 1276. At this moment, in the Wind Celestial Realm, the wind that had been blowing since ancient times filled the entire Wind Celestial Realm. This caused the Wind Celestial Realm to give off an ancient aura that was so thick that it wouldn't dissipate at all. Groups of mosquito beasts flew by. They were the only masters of the Wind Celestial Realm. In the deepest part of the Wind Celestial Realm, there was one of the 3 floating continents. This was a dark red continent that gave off the smell of blood. Countless mosquito beasts floated in the sky and buzzed. There was a stone statue on this dark red continent. At this moment, the stone statue's eyes wiggled once again, and it slowly opened its ancient eyes. A strange aura slowly spread out from the stone statue, but strangely, it didn't attract the attention of any mosquito beasts. It was as if the stone statue didn't exist before them. It wasn't easy for the old man to set up a chess piece. How can it be killed by Taoist Water like this? The stone statue's eyes lit up, and he let out a cold snort. However, by borrowing his hand, I can see if this chess piece is really the reincarnation of the Lord of the Sealed Realm, or if the heaven-defying bead is really in his hands. The wind in the celestial realm became even stronger. As the wind howled, it blew out of the Wind Celestial Realm and dissipated among the stars. The vortex between Taoist Water's eyebrows devoured the 3 rays of light before him. He closed his eyes for a moment as if he was absorbing them, and then he opened his eyes. There were red, yellow, and blue pupils rotating in his eyes. It was a shocking scene. His stop spell was very different from Wang Lin's stop spell. At this moment, it was as if he was the only one left in the world. All other spells stopped in the air, but strangely, they didn't dissipate. It was as if without the white-haired boy's divine sense, they would remain here for tens of thousands of years. The black dragon spear formed by Call the Wind floated in the air, motionless. Even the wind of Nirvana on it stopped 3 feet in front of it. The crystalline ice sword formed by Summon the Rain also stopped in midair. From afar, it looked like a rolling icicle. It looked extremely shocking. There were also the countless battle souls from Magic Arsenal, including Master Void, the All-Seer, and the other powerful battle souls. All of them remained motionless. Some of the illusory volcanoes that had appeared under Wang Lin's feet had even emitted billowing black smoke and lava. However, at this moment, the black smoke stopped and the lava stopped. Everything froze, including Wang Lin, who was stepping on the black smoke in the air. In Wang Lin's hand, he was still tightly gripping onto the trident. Thunder Realms by Fans 6 triple-layered celestial arts. If this Luzaheo had learned the triple-layered celestial arts, it would have been troublesome for me to kill him. Even if he had learned the stunning gloomy moon clear skies from back then, it would still be troublesome. But now, aside from gloomy moon clear skies, the rest of the 6 Daos arts are just tricks. Taoist Water shook his head and ignored Wang Lin, who was frozen in the air. With one step, he arrived next to the god-slaying war chariot formed by the Thunder Beast. He swept his gaze over the god-slaying war chariot and let out a cold snort. He lifted his right hand and slammed it down. The god-slaying war chariot formed by the lightning beast collapsed, and the lightning beast inside was frozen for eternity. This treasure has too many flaws and is useless to me. I'll destroy it. Taoist Water was extremely arrogant and had a very strange personality. He liked to destroy things that were treasures in the eyes of others, but the premise was that they were useless to him. As an early-stage nirvana void cultivator that was part of the third step, Taoist Water was indeed qualified to do all of this. When the god-slaying war chariot formed by the Thunder Beast collapsed, Wang Lin's eyes were filled with sadness. The pain in his heart turned into an invisible flame that burned him, but it was restrained inside his body. Under this pain, two shocking streams of blood tears flowed down from his eyes. This god-slaying war chariot had accompanied him for most of his life, but now it had been destroyed. The roar in his heart was like a storm, but his gaze toward Taoist Water was as gloomy as water. If I, Wang Lin, don't die this calamity, then I swear that I'll kill this person in my life. I must kill this person. I'll make him suffer all kinds of torture until he dies. If I break this oath, then let me, Wang Lin, die to the heaven-defying Tao I've committed. Taoist Water's gaze swept past Wang Lin. What he liked to see the most were the expressions of people who thought they were holding on to treasures and then had their treasures destroyed. This kind of expression made him feel his strength and the dignity he had lost many years ago. In particular, Taoist Water considered Wang Lin the owner of the heaven-defying bead and likely his master successor. Seeing Wang Lin's expression made Taoist Water even more happy. As he stepped forward, Taoist Water arrived next to the seven-colored god slaying war chariot, and his eyes revealed a strange light. He waved his sleeve and was about to take the seven-colored god slaying war chariot away. However, there was a flash of seven-colored light, and a seven-colored butterfly appeared. With a flap of its wings, the butterfly collapsed into specks of seven-colored light and dissipated. When it dissipated, the seven-colored god slaying war chariot became an ordinary object. The treasure spirit would rather self-destruct than be taken by the old man. There was a flash of coldness in Taoist Water's eyes, and he waved his right hand. Without the treasure spirit, the god-slaying war chariot shattered. Now I'll let the old man see if you have the heaven-defying bead or not. Taoist Water let out a cold snort and turned to look at Wang Lin. The world trembled as if all the stars around Taoist Water had disappeared and only he and Wang Lin remained. His gaze contained a powerful penetrating force as it directly landed on Wang Lin. At this instant, Wang Lin's body trembled and he felt like his body was being torn apart. Even his origin soul and soul felt like they were being penetrated. All the secrets in his body were clearly revealed before this gaze. The intense pain caused the veins on Wang Lin's face to bulge. His body trembled and he was covered in sweat. However, he couldn't make a sound as all sounds were trapped inside his body. Taoist Water's gaze swept past Wang Lin's body inch by inch, especially Wang Lin's origin soul. He carefully examined Wang Lin's origin soul from top to bottom and slowly frowned. No. Back then, Master said that the heaven-defying bead would fuse with the origin soul, but this person doesn't have the heaven-defying bead. He is not Master's reincarnation and doesn't have the heaven-defying bead. Could I have found a wrong person? Taoist Water frowned and closed in on Wang Lin. He raised his right hand and chopped down. There was a thunderous rumble, and a crack to his storage space appeared around Wang Lin. This was Wang Lin's storage space. Taoist Water's spell was shocking. He was able to easily open Wang Lin's storage space with his third step cultivation. His divine sense spread out and swept inside. If his storage space also doesn't have the heaven-defying bead, then I'll search his soul. There was a flash of coldness in Taoist Water's eyes. His divine sense entered Wang Lin's storage space and began searching. There are a lot of low-quality things, but they are all trash. Collapse. Thunderous rumbles echoed inside Wang Lin's storage space. Wherever Taoist Water's gaze passed, all the treasures collapsed into dust. As his gaze swept by, Taoist Water's eyes narrowed. He saw Suligua inside Wang Lin's storage space. What an interesting sword soul. However, it is still trash. Under his gaze, Suligua's body trembled. He was about to use the flattery technique he relied on to survive, but before he could use it, the old man's destructive divine sense arrived. Just as the divine sense was about to destroy Su Ligua, Taoist Water's body trembled. His divine sense let go of Su Ligua and locked onto what he saw. It was an endless mosquito herd. Although they were in a separate storage space, they were connected, so Taoist Water's divine sense could see them at a glance. So many giant mosquito beasts. Taoist Water was shocked, and his divine sense spread out once more. This time he saw a coffin that gave off a fluorescent light. Inside the coffin lay a woman who was in a deep sleep. This person's storage space isn't full of trash. There is even the lightning celestial emperor's treasure, the heaven-avoiding coffin. This heaven-avoiding coffin is a good treasure and is useful to me. Taoist Water's divine sense landed on the heaven-avoiding coffin and was about to take it away along with the woman inside. Just at this instant, Wang Lin's body trembled violently, and his eyes revealed a never-before-seen madness. His reverse scale wasn't the heaven-defying bead, his ancient god body, or all the secrets in his soul. It was this coffin, the woman inside the coffin. Taoist Water's divine sense paused and noticed the abnormality in Wang Lin. There was a flash of mockery in his eyes. What an infatuated person. This woman must be very important to you. Fine, I originally wanted to take out the female corpse, but now I'll take it out before you. Rumor has it that if the life inside the heaven-avoiding coffin isn't taken out properly, it will instantly dissipate. Let's see if this rumor is true. Taoist Water's divine sense moved and surrounded the heaven-avoiding coffin. He was about to open the coffin. His divine sense split into many parts and continued to sweep the bag to find the heaven-defying bead. Just as he was about to open the heaven-avoiding coffin, one of his divine senses shook and saw the woman in silver sitting cross-legged in the storage space. The moment his divine sense landed, the woman in silver opened her eyes and collided with Taoist Water's divine sense. You are. Even with Taoist Water's mental fortitude and his identity as a third-step cultivator, his expression changed greatly. There was a hint of panic in his eyes, and his mind became a mess. Just as his mind became a mess, monstrous killing intent appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. An indescribable force erupted from his body. When Taoist Water was about to open the heaven-avoiding coffin, he didn't hesitate to devour the iron sword ball of blood that Taoist Water hadn't noticed for some reason. Borrowing this earth-shattering power, a thunderous rumble came from his body. As this power erupted, his imprisoned body regained the ability to move. Seven-colored nail. Wang Lin let out a heaven-shaking roar. A ray of seven-colored light shot out from his storage space where Taoist Water's divine sense hadn't scanned. It charged directly at Taoist Water's divine sense. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and Taoist Water's expression changed greatly. The seven-colored nail was too fast and penetrated his divine sense. It flew out of his storage space and headed directly for the spot between Taoist Water's eyebrows. Taoist Water was too close to Wang Lin. When he saw the seven-colored nail, his pupils shrank. Sovereign's seven-colored God Void Nail. You have this thing. Chapter 1277. In this battle, Wang Lin had shocked Taoist Water a lot. Now he saw the Sovereign refine a meteor that had traveled an unknown distance to enter the ancient star system at the late stage of Spirit Void. This meteorite was completely made of a strange metal, and it had been refined by the Sovereign for 10,000 years into 108 seven-colored nails. They were given the name Seven-Colored God Void Nail. Rumor had it that the origin of this strange metal meteor was extremely mysterious. Back then, the Sovereign had tried to use the Tao of Time to see through the meteor's past. However, just as he was about to succeed, he was interrupted by a mysterious force and was almost seriously injured. Even so, because the Sovereign was a third-step cultivator, he was able to vaguely see the meteor's past when he was interrupted. When the world was formed, it turned into the ancient star system. Then it was split into two, forming the inner and outer realms. However, the ancient star system wasn't the only place in this universe. When the world was formed, it didn't seem like the ancient star system was the only place. This mysterious meteor came from another star system that is comparable to the ancient star system and is separated from the eternal chasm. This was what the sovereign had said after awakening from the Tao of Time. The sovereign didn't hide it, but announced it to the world. It was because of this that the seven-colored god void nail was so famous that all third-step cultivators had heard of it. Taoist Water had personally seen the sovereign use the seven-colored god void nail against his master. In that battle, he wasn't the main force. While his master was in closed-door cultivation to study the heaven-defying bead, Taoist Water had used an extremely vicious treasure that several third-step cultivators of the ancient celestial realm had refined for countless years to launch a sneak attack that injured his master. Then the three masters of the ancient star system attacked and began a life-and-death battle against the Lord of the Sealed Realm. The sovereign had used the 108 seven-colored god void nails. At this moment, when he saw the seven-colored god void nail again, he was shocked and quickly retreated. He knew how powerful this nail was. If an ordinary third-step nirvana void cultivator was hit by this nail, it would cause serious damage to their body. This nail was not made to kill cultivators, but to kill third-step almighties. The strangeness of the seven-colored nail was something not even the sovereign could see through. He only knew that it would become stronger when facing a strong opponent and weaker when facing a weak opponent. The higher the cultivation level, the greater the damage. No one knew the source of this strangeness. Nirvana Shatterer cultivators might be able to survive the nail. For example, Sima had found a way to escape. For example, Wang Lin was able to force the nail out due to his powerful body. However, it was very difficult to force out a third-step almighty. After reaching the third step, there would be a strange change in the body. This change was a sublimation of power, but at the same time, it was a strange change. However, this change was restrained by the seven-colored nail. The higher one's cultivation was, the harder it was to break free from the seven-colored nail. This matter was mysterious and unexplainable. Taoist Water was first shocked by the large mosquito herd in Wang Lin's storage space, and then he met the woman in silver. The moment he saw her, he immediately recognized her and was shocked. His mind was shaken, and he was in a state of chaos that was rarely seen among third-step cultivators. While his mind was in chaos, he didn't think that a mere ant like Wang Lin would be able to break free from his soul lock technique and use the seven-colored nail. All of this caused Taoist Water's expression to change greatly. The seven-colored nail swept through the storage space and charged into Taoist Water's divine sense. It gave off a dazzling, seven-colored glow and unexpectedly shattered Taoist Water's divine sense. It charged out of the storage space and went straight for the spot between Taoist Water's eyebrows. The distance was too close, so Taoist Water retreated like crazy. However, the seven-colored nail was extremely fast, and it didn't miss. At this moment, it let out a thunderous roar as it pierced through space and appeared between Taoist Water's eyebrows. With a bang, the seven-colored nail pierced 1 inch into the spot between Taoist Water's eyebrows. It rotated into a cone and continued to penetrate deeper. It was going to break through Taoist Water's skull and destroy his Tao. Taoist Water's face turned pale, and he retreated once more. His hands formed a seal to resist the seven-colored nail. However, he had once again underestimated Wang Lin. His attempt to take out the woman inside the heaven-avoiding coffin had touched Wang Lin's reverse scale. A dragon had a reverse scale, and touching it would result in anger. Li Muan was Wang Lin's reverse scale. If Wang Lin had gone crazy in the face of life and death, then now Taoist Water's attempt to take out Li Muan had caused Wang Lin to go crazy. This madness was no less than when the seven-colored nail pierced his body. This was no longer a choice between life and death, but a choice more important than life and death. Under this madness, the ball of blood inside the iron sword was fused with Wang Lin's origin soul. This blood was like the blood of a 9-star ancient god, like the blood of the heavens. When it fused with Wang Lin's origin soul, his body, origin soul, and even his soul began to burn. It was as if an indescribable power had erupted from his body. Popping sounds echoed as the stop spell that was restricting his movements collapsed. Wang Lin charged out and let out a roar. His ancient god stars rotated rapidly, and the star of law formed by his domain appeared. Holding the trident, Wang Lin charged at Taoist water. His eyes were red, and the red light from his eyes was dozens of feet long. The popping sounds coming from his body echoed like crazy, making it impossible to tell if it was his heartbeat or his bones colliding. Even Taoist water felt a rare sense of shock when he saw this. In particular, the monstrous red light coming from Wang Lin's body caused Taoist water's pupils to shrink. He took a step back, and his speed increased greatly as he continued to retreat. What he feared wasn't Wang Lin's spell, but the blood-red light inside Wang Lin's body. And at this moment, almost all of his cultivation was used to resist the 7-colored nail, so he had no time to pay attention to Wang Lin. His eyes lit up, and he retreated so fast that he could collapse the void. How could Wang Lin let Taoist water retreat? He had made all of his preparations, used all of his spells, and used a large amount of treasures to push this far. If he gave Taoist water time to resist the 7-colored nail and was suppressed, he would without a doubt die. The moment Taoist water retreated, Wang Lin charged out like crazy. His body was burning from devouring the blood, making him look like a burning meteor. As he charged out, he threw the trident in his right hand. His body rumbled, and he poured all of his power into the trident. The trident turned into an evil dragon that charged at Taoist water. The 7-colored light between Taoist water's eyebrows was dazzling and rapidly rotated to break his skull. However, Taoist water used all of his third-step cultivation to resist it. The evil dragon formed by the trident closed in. Taoist water's eyes lit up as he retreated. Even with the 7-colored god void nail, it's useless. I'll let you know the gap between third-step cultivators and you ants. Taoist water's eyes were filled with indifference. He raised his right hand and split off a portion of his power to gather in his right hand. I originally wanted to search your soul, but since you're courting death, the old man will help you. Carefree void Tao, destroy all life before me. Taoist water's right hand formed a seal and mercilessly slammed down. With this slap, the world rumbled, and a wave of air came from all directions. It sealed off the space within 10 million kilometers, and white lines appeared. If one looked down from above, they would be able to see the white lines crisscrossing together to form a huge rhombus. The moment the diamond appeared, thunderous rumbles echoed. The diamond rapidly shrank, and as it shrank, the shockwave became even stronger. It was as if the world was being split by the diamond, and as it shrank, an indescribable pressure appeared. Taoist water wanted to use this method to squeeze Wang Lin to death. The diamond shrank like crazy. In the blink of an eye, it shrank from 10 million to 1 million, 100,000, 50,000, 30,000, 10,000. A destructive aura erupted, and the diamond shrank once more. 8,000, 5,000, 3,000, 1,500, until it was 1,000 feet. In an instant, it shrank from 10 million feet to 1,000 feet. This rapid contraction created a heaven-shattering pressure that could destroy everything in the world. At this moment, this pressure descended on Wang Lin and even wrapped around the trident that had turned into a dragon. Taoist water retreated and said, "Extermination, destruction, collapse." The moment his words echoed, the diamond shrank like crazy and shot toward Wang Lin. It erupted with light that lit up the stars and shrank onto Wang Lin's body. Using the power of 10 million stars to land on one person was like dozens of cultivation planets collapsing at the same time. It was a powerful force. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the stars and shook the star domain. At this moment, the rank 5, 6, 7, and even the rank 8 regions could hear this thunderous rumble. Wang Lin's body suddenly collapsed under this destructive force. His flesh and blood splattered, and even his head exploded. There was no need to talk about the trident. It immediately shattered, and a miserable groan came from inside. It was as if the soul of the trident had died. Absolute power, the majesty of a third-step cultivator that couldn't be challenged, erupted from Taoist water. Since ancient times, there had never been a second-step cultivator that could defeat a third-step cultivator. This was almost the same as the law of the heavens. However, just at this moment, the flesh and blood of Wang Lin's collapsed body gave off a demonic red glow. It was as if everything was reversing and his flesh and blood suddenly shrank. It was as if he had been reborn and reformed into Wang Lin's body once more. Reborn. This is impossible. Taoist water was startled for a moment. Today's target was the 9,000 votes. Monthly votes, monthly votes. Chapter 1278. A demonic red light surrounded Wang Lin's body. This red light came from the blood that had fused with his origin soul. With the help of this strange blood, Wang Lin's body that had collapsed unexpectedly reformed in an instant. Wang Lin didn't have time to think about this sudden change. He clearly felt the power of the ball of blood that had fused with his origin soul rapidly dissipate as his body reformed. It wouldn't be long before the power of the ball of blood completely disappeared. However, Wang Lin didn't care about any of this. At this moment, his body reformed and a crazy thought filled his body. He stared at Taoist water and charged out. As he charged out, his body suddenly changed. He turned back into his ancient god body that was thousands of feet tall. The 6 stars between his eyebrows rotated, and the star of law formed by his domain rotated. At a glance, he looked like a 7-star ancient god. A crazy aura spread out from his ancient god body. At this moment, it was as if Wang Lin had devoured countless celestial ascension fruits. He had gone crazy. He couldn't die. He couldn't die. He was going to kill everything before him, no matter the cost. Roar. As Wang Lin roared, he was like a fierce spirit from ancient times. His right hand formed a fist, and he punched at Taoist water. At the same time, a complex, ancient god language came from his mouth. The ancient god clan didn't have many spells, but each one of them was so powerful that it was not something a cultivator could understand. As Wang Lin's chant echoed, the powerful ancient god vitality inside his body suddenly erupted. No life in this world could compare to the ancient gods in terms of vitality. Ancient god spell, life destruction summon. Wang Lin let out a roar and threw a punch. This punch was heaven-shaking and caused the void before him to collapse. The vitality inside Wang Lin's body dissipated like crazy and turned into a powerful force inside his fist. Then it shot toward Taoist water. There was a thunderous bang, and the entire Rank 5 region was about to collapse. Wang Lin's fist descended and collided with Taoist water's palm. Rumbling filled the air. Wang Lin coughed up a mouthful of blood as he was flung backward. However, when he was 3,000 meters away, he came to a stop. Then, filled with madness and ferocity, he once again charged forward. Taoist water's expression was neutral, but his right palm was a bit numb. He had used all his cultivation to resist the 7-colored nail, so he hadn't split out much power. However, that palm was enough to destroy a peak nirvana shatterer cultivator. Exchanging life force for strength, this kind of divine ability is like drinking poison to quench thirst. Let's see how many punches you can throw. Just as he finished speaking, Wang Lin closed in once more and threw a second punch. As he threw that second punch, a portion of his life force dissipated once more. His hair was originally white, but now it was gray, and the star between his eyebrows dimmed. The second punch rumbled. The moment his fist collided with Taoist water's palm, Wang Lin endured the injuries in his body and revealed a miserable smile. However, he didn't retreat and threw out a third punch, a fourth punch, a fifth punch, a sixth punch. In an instant, Wang Lin threw out 10 punches. These 10 punches consumed too much life force. As the punches landed, thunderous rumbles echoed, and the entire Rank 5 region collapsed. Countless cracks formed a storm that swept across the Rank 5 region. Wang Lin's hair fell off as he punched. Wrinkles appeared on his body, and he suddenly aged. However, his eyes were still flickering with red light, revealing a crazy desire to fight. Thunderous rumbles continued to echo as he continued to throw punches to resist Taoist Water. Taoist Water's expression remained the same on the second punch, but on the sixth punch, he withdrew his right hand and retreated a few steps. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of fog. He wanted to use this fog to resist the remaining punches from Wang Lin. Even if you have the body of an ancient god, this kind of spell that consumes your life force is extremely difficult to withstand. Using this method to fight the old man is extremely laughable. Taoist Water sneered. He had already resisted all of the seven-colored light between his eyebrows. No matter how the seven-colored nail rotated, it couldn't break through his skull. However, the heart-wrenching pain continued to come from between his eyebrows. The sovereign's seven-colored god void nail is too strange. Fortunately, this child doesn't know how to use it, but I still need to prevent the seven-colored god void nail from changing. Taoist Water let out a roar and erupted with his full cultivation. He was going to force the seven-colored nail out an inch from between his eyebrows. At this moment, a majority of Wang Lin's life force had dissipated. He was like an old man who had reached the end of the road and gave off a deathly aura. The star between his eyebrows was even dimmer, and his body was covered in wrinkles. It was as if his body had aged infinitely. However, the fire in his eyes became even stronger. With a desolate roar, Wang Lin charged out once more. He was like a moth that was going to die, but he still wanted to charge into the fire. Who knew that a moth flying into the fire wasn't a desire for the fire, but a determination to extinguish the fire? As he charged out, Wang Lin's right hand formed a fist, and he waved it once more. The thunderous rumbles replaced all other sounds. As Wang Lin waved his fist, the 11th punch, the 12th punch, the sure Sam punch, until the 19th punch suddenly erupted. Every punch contained the peak of Wang Lin's cultivation. They were the strongest attacks of an ancient god, and they were formed by him consuming his life force. The thunderous rumbles were heaven-shaking. Wang Lin was bleeding from his orifices and was on the verge of death. However, his fist didn't stop at all. Even Taoist Water couldn't help but be moved. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, the fog Taoist Water had spat out resisted. Not only did it not dissipate, it pounced on Wang Lin and was about to devour him. It's a pity that if you could maintain your full strength for more than 100 punches, you might be able to injure me while I'm fighting against the seven-colored nail. However, 19 punches is already your limit. The vitality in your body has completely collapsed. I don't even need to kill you. You'll die on your own soon. Taoist Water's cold voice echoed, but Wang Lin could no longer hear it. His ears were filled with blood, so he couldn't hear anything. He was very tired, and his body was filled with death aura. The feeling of death gradually appeared in his heart, as if it was going to take him far away, away from this cruel cultivation world, away from all pain. Even the red glow in his eyes had dimmed, and there was no light in his eyes. However, just as the fog closed in and was about to devour Wang Lin suddenly raised his head, and his dim eyes shined brightly. Cultivators like us never shrink from a battle. I understand this battle isn't about battle intent, but the determination to resist even though you know you're going to die. Wang Lin let out a miserable smile as he took a step forward. He raised his right hand and threw another punch. 20th punch. After throwing the punch, black blood came out from the corner of Wang Lin's mouth, but he didn't stop. Instead, he began to laugh like crazy. His laughter was heaven-shaking and contained an unyielding pride. Wang Lin, started cultivating at the age of 16. The 21st punch flew out. The fog didn't stop at all and continued to charge forward. Enter Hengyu. Kill Tung Li. The 22nd punch flew out. The moment it closed in, the fog suddenly paused. Escape the sea of devils and form your golden core. The second sure sand punch. The fog trembled violently, and a sharp roar came from within. Reach nascent soul, destroy the tongue family, shock rosefinch, worship the heavens. As Wang Lin moved forward, he seemed to be talking to himself as he laughed like crazy. However, his fists bombarded like crazy. The 24th, 25th, 26th punch. The fog exploded with a loud bang and was actually forced back 30 feet. Yin and Yang, illusory and corporeal, nirvana shatterer, three realms. A life of crisis, unyielding to the heavens, killing countless people. The 27th, 28th, 29th, 30th punch. The fog was pushed back and the roar became even more intense. It was filled with fear as it retreated like crazy. Until now, I have killed countless people. After 2,000 years of cultivation, I have reached this level. The 31st, the 39th punch. I have fought the heavens, I have fought the earth, and today I even fought a third-step cultivator. I don't mind dying. The 40th, 41st, 42nd, the 5th sure sand punch. The only regret I have is that I can't revive my love. However, so what if I die with her? The 54th, 55th, 56th, the 64th punch. The fog that was pushed back collapsed into nothingness. Even if I have to give up my life force, so what? The 65th, 66th, 67th, the 75th punch. Wang Lin coughed out blood from all over his body and turned into a ball of blood. His body rapidly shrank, and he aged infinitely. Death aura filled his body, causing his organs to deteriorate and his life force to disappear. In truth, his life force had already dissipated during the second sure sand punch. The remaining punches were all due to the power of the ball of blood inside his origin soul. I walk the world with an indomitable spirit. Even if I die in battle, so what? Wang Lin's voice was hoarse, as if even his voice contained the smell of blood. Anyone who heard it would be shocked. The 76th, 77th, 78th, the 84th punch. My life force is gone, and I'm about to die, but this isn't the end. Flowing moon, reverse 5,000 years. Give me 5,000 years of life. Wang Lin laughed at the sky and continued to move forward. He was like a battle celestial that didn't fear the heavens. He walked forward step by step with the determination to die. There was nothing in front of him that could stop him. Taoist Water's eyes revealed a rare look of seriousness. For the first time, he felt that the person before him was extraordinary. The moment Wang Lin's words echoed, the collapsed void around him turned into a sea. The giant stone door suddenly appeared, and the ancient desolate aura shrouded Wang Lin's body. The 85th, 86th, 87th, the 100th punch. In this short period of time, Wang Lin had consumed all the power from the ball of blood and all the origin energy in his body to reverse 5,000 years. He had obtained enough power to throw out 100 punches that could shake the heavens. This was the strongest 100 punches Wang Lin had thrown in his life. This was his life. Fellow cultivators, help me reach 9,000 monthly votes. Go all out. He was writing the third chapter. Chapter 1279. 100 punches. There seemed to be no force in the world that could resist the 100 punches Wang Lin had thrown out with his life. These 100 punches contained Wang Lin's endless vitality, Wang Lin's 2,000 years of cultivation, all of Wang Lin's origin energy, and all of the power of the mysterious blood ball on the iron sword. This was the peak of Wang Lin's life, the strongest Tao he had thrown out with the determination to die. These 100 punches along with Wang Lin were like moths flying into a flame. They carried a heaven-shaking aura as they shot toward Taoist Water. Moths flying into a flame. He was going to extinguish the flame. He was going to use his own body to extinguish this ancient flame. Taoist Water's expression was serious, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. He didn't expect the ant before him to use his vitality to throw out 100 punches. This wasn't an ordinary 100 punches. It was formed by the other party's essence, energy, and vitality. This gave Taoist water a great sense of crisis. If it wasn't for the fact that he was using all of his cultivation to resist the seven-colored nail, he wouldn't be in danger. After all, the power of a third-step cultivator was unimaginable. However, these 100 punches shocked Taoist water greatly. The thunderous rumbles turned into a boundless storm that swept across the world toward Taoist water. Taoist water's eyes lit up and his hands formed a seal. He pointed forward and a giant vortex appeared before his chest. The moment the vortex appeared, it turned into a large mouth that devoured everything before it. Boundless world, water, Tao void, devour spell. As Taoist water roared, the giant vortex before him charged at Wang Lin and began to devour like crazy. A thunderous rumble echoed. This endless rumble almost caused the rank 6 region to collapse. There was no longer any star fog in the star system. It was as if a giant hole had been opened in space and turned into the void. As the rumbles echoed, all the blood in Wang Lin's body disappeared. His heart beat weakly before it shattered, and he was knocked back. His eyes were almost devoid of spirit. The heaven-shaking rumbles and the collapse formed by the 100 punches were enough to destroy all life. Even someone at the Heaven's Blight stage would die. As the thunderous rumble echoed, a shock wave spread out in all directions, forming a ring that swept through the sea of clouds. As the shock wave spread, all the star fog collapsed, all the fierce beasts died, and many wild continents collapsed. Even the rank 6 region was the same. It was as if someone had opened a giant hole in the cloud sea. The wind howled inside the hole, tearing it apart. It was as if a terrifying demon god was going to charge out. Under the bombardment and shockwave, popping sounds echoed around Taoist water. He waved his hands and quickly retreated. The vortex formed by the water wave before him was pushed back into his body. With a bang, Taoist water's clothes exploded into pieces. Even his hair scattered. His face was pale, and there was blood on the corner of his mouth. A third-step cultivator was injured. I underestimated him. The moment Taoist water was injured, he could no longer suppress the seven-colored nail between his eyebrows. The nail shined brightly and drilled 3 inches into Taoist water's skull. Intense pain swept through him like crazy, and Taoist water coughed out blood. The blood turned into countless runes that landed between his eyebrows to seal the nail. Good. An ant like you was able to injure me. Although it was under the premise that I was resisting the seven-colored God Void nail, it was still enough to shock the stars and make me smile in the underworld. Taoist water wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent. He took a step and charged at Wang Lin. He raised his right hand, and it became large enough to cover the sky. He was about to smash down on Wang Lin. You could die now. This time, even if you are reborn, the old man will destroy you. Carefree reincarnation Tao. The old man will kill you 100 reincarnations and let you die 100 times. Let's see how you will be reborn. Taoist water's voice was like a cold wind as he raised his right hand. It was as if he had extracted the law of reincarnation in the world and formed his own reincarnation Tao. A giant wheel appeared, and as his right hand fell, the wheel rotated as if it contained reincarnation and smashed down on Wang Lin. Once he was smashed by the wheel, Wang Lin would be annihilated 100 times with no chance of survival. At this moment, a gust of wind suddenly tore through everything and blew in from the collapsed starry sky battlefield. Water slave, if you kill him, I'll kill you. An ancient voice suddenly came from the wind and landed on the battlefield. The moment this voice appeared, Taoist water's body suddenly trembled. He suddenly turned his head and looked into the void. His expression immediately became gloomy. Old fellow, you want to stop me? You were sealed by the great celestial of the ancient celestial realm and turned into stone. They wanted to trap you for 100,000 years and refine you into a treasure. Now you're borrowing the power the outer star, the mosquito beast, is in to survive. It's already good enough that the old man isn't looking for trouble with you. You want to stop me? Why do you have to stop me? Taoist water let out a cold snort and no longer hesitated. His right hand smashed down toward Wang Lin. But in the next instant, the wind that blew into the battlefield suddenly moved and turned into a huge arm made of wind, grabbing at the illusionary wheel. Junior, you were only a slave before the Lord of the Sealed Realm, and you had to be respectful to the old man. Now that you've reached the third step, you're extremely arrogant. Not even the fierce celestial from the ancient celestial realm could kill me and could only seal me for 100,000 years to refine me. You're a mere enslavement cultivator, a frog at the bottom of a well. You overestimate yourself. The aged voice was calm, but the wind hand formed by it grabbed the huge dermic wheel with a loud bang. With a fierce tug, an ear-piercing sound suddenly appeared, shaking the heavens. Taoist Water's expression changed. His hand formed a seal, and he shouted, "Stop spell!" The moment he shouted, the hand formed by the wind paused for a moment. However, it only paused for a moment before a thunderous rumble echoed. It broke free from the stop spell and mercilessly squeezed the wheel. With a bang, the wheel collapsed and dissipated. Taoist Water's pupil shrank, and he exclaimed, "Impossible! You are clearly sealed, so you can't resist my stop spell." "I know. You must have absorbed the star essence from the outer ancient star system." You can absorb star essence from the outer ancient star system. You have some knowledge." The azure dragon let out a cold snort, and the hand formed by the wind reached toward Taoist Water. Taoist Water let out a roar and immediately retreated. His hand formed a seal and pointed at his chest. His cultivation erupted, and a giant cultivation planet appeared behind him. The cultivation planet's origin energy was extremely dense, and it was filled with boundless vitality. The vitality was so strong that it was no less than that of a 5-star ancient god. Endless murmurs came from the cultivation planet and turned into a mysterious force that entered Taoist Water's body. His eyes shined brightly, and he shouted, 2 billion yin and yang disciples, rumble for me." Taoist Water's right hand pointed to the sky and pointed 3 times at the wind arm that was reaching toward him. Every time he pointed, the giant cultivation planet behind him would tremble, and a giant cultivation planet shadow would appear. It was like the soul of the cultivation planet, and it followed Taoist Water's finger to the arm. The 3 fingers landed, and 3 giant cultivation planet shadows charged at the wind arm. A shocking pressure descended from the void. Just like your original body, these 2 billion yin and yang disciples are a group of incomplete people that are neither male nor female. The ancient voice sneered. The wind arm didn't stop and charged forward. Rumble, rumble, rumble. 3 thunderous rumbles echoed as the shadows of the 3 cultivation planets exploded, forming a destructive force that charged at the arm. The arm formed a seal and sent out a seal. This seal was also made of wind, and it collided with the collapse of the 3 cultivation planets. Thunderous rumbles echoed. The arm didn't dissipate, but it was seriously damaged. It closed in on Taoist Water and pressed down toward the spot between his eyebrows. "Old fellow, mind your own business. Your original body can't come, but a mere avatar die for me. Die, die, die." Taoist Water seemed to have touched a weak spot in his heart. His expression was ferocious as his right hand reached out. He grabbed the giant cultivation planet and mercilessly threw it forward. "I have 2 billion water, Tao disciples. They have been worshipping me for tens of thousands of years, turning into endless Joss flame. Today, I will kill your clone, and then I will destroy 500 million water Tao disciples and turn them into Joss flame power of the 3rd step. I will destroy your clone, and then I will go to the wind celestial world to kill your true body." Taoist Water let out a roar as the giant cultivation planet was smashed down and collided with the broken arm. A thunderous rumble echoed. The moment the cultivation planet smashed down, a powerful force erupted from it. This was the powerful force of the 500 million water Tao disciples that had died. It immediately collapsed the broken arm. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the old voice let out a muffled groan. He had suffered a hidden injury. and the arm formed by the wind dissipated. Old fellow, you came to stop me, which means this and is important. This makes me even more determined to kill him. Now that your avatar has died to the joss flames of my water, thou disciples, who can stop me? Taoist water's expression was extremely ferocious. Although the seven-colored nail between his eyebrows was rotating, it could only pierce 3 inches in. However, the part that pierced into his skull began to melt. Seven-colored light scattered, and Taoist water felt a hint of madness. Taoist water suddenly turned around and charged at Wang Lin. His right hand was filled with killing intent as he closed in. However, just at this instant, a shocking change occurred. A finger made of wind appeared before Taoist water as he charged at Wang Lin. It mercilessly pressed down on the seven-colored nail between Taoist water's eyebrows. Taoist water's expression changed greatly, and he suddenly stopped. Countless shadows appeared from his body and overlapped before him. He immediately retreated. You're still not dead. I want monthly votes. 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 I want to reach 9,000. I want to reach 9,000. I was already very tired after writing this much. Everyone can see the quality, but I still have to write the 4th chapter. Today, I'm going to reach 9,000 votes. Chapter 1280. This finger appeared too suddenly without any warning. It appeared just when Taoist water thought he had destroyed the avatar and his mind was filled with the power of the seven-colored nail. The timing of this finger's appearance could be said to be a heavenly mystery. There was no better time than when it appeared. It was when Taoist water couldn't guard against it at all. Taoist water's expression changed greatly, and he retreated to his limit. However, he still couldn't dodge. The countless illusions that appeared before him tried to stop it, but they all collapsed. Thunderous rumbles shook the heavens, and the roars continued to reverberate. One by one, the phantoms were destroyed by the finger like a hot knife through butter. In the end, the finger destroyed the void and opened a hole. It charged out and pressed onto the seven-colored nail between Taoist water's eyebrows. An indescribable force erupted, and Taoist water let out a miserable scream. The seven-colored nail between his eyebrows mercilessly pierced through and broke through everything. 3 inches, 4 inches, 5 inches. This nail was only 7 inches long, and had already pierced 5 inches into Taoist water's eyebrows. Another 2 inches, and it would completely pierce in. At that time, Taoist water would be seriously injured, because this nail was piercing between his eyebrows. This was a cultivator's life gate, not Wang Lin's shoulder bone. At this moment of crisis, Taoist water's face turned pale, and his eyes were filled with fear. He was too clear about the power of the sovereign's seven-colored God-void nail. He had personally seen the sovereign's master being pinned down by 94 nails. Even now, Taoist water could not forget that mournful expression, "Master, save me." As Taoist water retreated, the finger was about to make the seven-colored nail continue to pierce in. At this moment, he let out a sharp cry for help, and a powerful force rushed out from his body. This powerful force gathered on the back of his right hand and turned into a talisman. The moment the talisman appeared, there was a flash of golden light that lit up the dark space. The finger that was pressing down on the seven-colored nail between Taoist water's eyebrows was swept by the golden light. There was a sizzling sound, and the finger dissipated. Lord of the Sealed Realm, back then you said that this slave had done a lot for you. You wanted to give him the immortal talisman to save his life 3 times. When he betrayed you, you clearly had 2 chances to kill him, but you let them go. You destroyed his talisman twice and caused yourself to die. Now tens of thousands of years have passed, and your 3rd talisman has appeared. You are still going to protect this Tao slave that betrayed you. The old man admires your cultivation, but the old man disdains your way of life. Extremely pedantic. The ancient voice let out a sigh and slowly dissipated. Taoist water's body was soaked in sweat. At this moment, he endured the pain and madness between his eyebrows. His heart was filled with fear, and he let out a grin. "Master, thank you. You still want to protect me after death. This makes me feel a bit apologetic for what happened back then. However, you must die, you must die. Taoist water had already been shrouded by the madness inside the seven-colored nail, but he was using his powerful cultivation to suppress it. However, the madness had changed his personality. Otherwise, with his cultivation and age, he wouldn't have spoken like this. As long as it doesn't completely pierce between my eyebrows after I kill this ant, I'll go into closed-door cultivation and force out the seven-colored God Void nail. Taoist Water's eyes were bloodshot, but he no longer hesitated and charged at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes were still open as he felt himself slowly walking toward death. He had seen everything that had happened before. Seeing Taoist Water closing in, he didn't panic at all. Instead, he was absolutely calm. It was as if even the madness from before had been unleashed along with his life force. Life and death, karma, true and false. All of these are opposites. After life force is death. I can punch out with life force, or I can explode all the death in my body to die together. I can collapse all my ancient god stars in exchange for a blow at my peak. I can destroy my star of law in exchange for endless origin energy to activate the grand Tao of the world. Wang Lin seemed to have comprehended something, and his eyes revealed a strange light. The death aura around his body suddenly erupted and formed a giant vortex. This vortex was heaven-shaking, as if it could break yin and yang and break the reincarnation cycle. There was even a hint of life and death essence inside. This was essences. The most important key to becoming a third-step cultivator was essences. Wang Lin was no stranger to essences, as he had obtained some before. However, he had obtained them from the battle scrolls. Although they were essences, they weren't comprehended by Wang Lin himself. They were external forces. However, at this moment of life and death, Wang Lin gained enlightenment on life and death. The moment the death aura around his body erupted, he actually comprehended his own essence. Although the origin was too little, it meant that the door to the third step almighty realm had opened a crack for him. This scene suddenly made Taoist Water feel like cold water had been poured on him. The madness in his heart dissipated a lot, and his eyes were filled with shock. This child has the potential to become a third-step cultivator. He has actually comprehended his own essence. There are countless cultivators in the universe, but it is extremely rare to become a third-step cultivator. This child can actually reach this step. If he is given time, I fear that within 1,000 years, he can become a third-step cultivator. Taoist Water's expression was grim, and his determination to kill Wang Lin became even stronger. He must die. Taoist Water charged at Wang Lin and raised his right hand. The giant cultivation planet appeared above him. He was going to use the power of the cultivation planet to crush Wang Lin, who had gone from an ant to a mortal and had the potential to become a third-step cultivator. The death aura vortex around Wang Lin rotated like crazy. The life and death essence inside was slowly growing. Although this growth was very slow, it was real. It was as if it was going to break free from the death aura vortex and appear in the world. At this instant, the royal ancient god stars between Wang Lin's eyebrows, including the sixth star that had just recovered, suddenly collapsed. Shattered stars. The six stars all exploded, and at this moment, an even larger vortex appeared around the death aura vortex around Wang Lin. This vortex surrounded the world and gave off an indescribable ancient god aura. The moment the vortex appeared, more essences came out. This was the origin that was born after the great enlightenment of karma and karma. The ancient god-shattered stars were karma objects. If they weren't broken, how could they be reborn? Break and then reborn, this was karma. During this moment of life and death, Wang Lin's ancient god-shattered stars had comprehended his second essence, the karma and karma essence. This Taoist Water's expression changed greatly. Wang Lin's life and death essences had already shocked him, but what he saw now set off a monstrous wave in his heart. There is actually a second essence. With one essence, one could become a third-step cultivator, but two essences are extremely rare. Only geniuses like the sovereign and Qinglin can reach the third step with two essences. If this kid can achieve Tao and become a third-step almighty, I will definitely not be his match the moment he steps into it. If I encounter him, I can only run for my life. Taoist Water had only seen two people with two essences, the sovereign and Qinglin. Both of them were extremely powerful people, far beyond what Taoist Water could compare to. However, now he saw a third cultivator that had opened two essences. At this moment, he felt like he cherished Wang Lin and even had the thought of taking Wang Lin as his disciple. However, the moment this thought appeared, it was erased by him. This child hates me to the bone. His talent is extremely rare, and I fear only one will appear in the inner and outer realms in tens of thousands of years. For such a person to die to me is more satisfying than destroying all treasures. Haha, satisfying. I'm going to kill a person with such talent. Taoist Water's eyes were filled with madness as he waved his hand. The giant cultivation planet got closer and closer to Wang Lin. Just at this moment, the star of law between Wang Lin's eyebrows suddenly collapsed. The collapse of the star of law turned into a third vortex that swept across the world and surrounded Wang Lin. Inside the third vortex, there was actually another essence being born. The true and false domains were all inside the star of law. The moment the new law collapsed, the true and false domains were instantly comprehended. An essence that belonged to true and false appeared inside the vortex. This was Wang Lin's third essence. Life and death, the first essence. Karma and karma, the second essence. True and false, the third essence. Three essences flew out from the three vortexes. However, they were still weak and needed a long time to accumulate. Once they reached a certain amount, they would reach completion. Then Wang Lin would enter Tao with three essences and become a heaven-shaking third-step cultivator. This scene caused Taoist Water's attack to suddenly stop. His eyes almost popped out. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Three essences. Three essences. No one in the world has ever entered Tao with three essences. This child is heaven-defying. If he reaches the third step, even if he has just entered, I won't even be able to escape from him. Three essences. The sovereign and Qinglin only had two, and even Master only had 2.5. He couldn't comprehend the third essence. How could this child have three essences? Even the heavens Tao would destroy such a person. Even the entire ancient star system would have to respect him if he reached the third step, and no one could stop him. Destroy the heavens and earth to become a supreme being. Who the hell is he? He didn't start out as a mortal, but the reincarnation of a third-step cultivator. Which third-step cultivator has the ability to reincarnate and have three essences? Could it be? Could he be the reincarnation of a legendary fourth-step cultivator? Heaven trampling? Taoist Water was a third-step cultivator, but at this moment, he was frightened by everything he saw. I have provoked such an existence, so I must kill him. Otherwise, there will be no place for me in this world. Taoist Water's face was pale as he clenched his teeth and erupted with the full power of a third-step cultivator. He fused his cultivation planet and smashed down on Wang Lin. Even if you are the reincarnation of a fourth-step cultivator, die for me. The old man should be satisfied to be able to kill such a person. Die, die, die. There is still a long way to go to 9,000. Brothers and sisters, help me charge. I don't believe I can't reach 9,000 votes today. Chapter 1281. Taoist Water was scared out of his wits by Wang Lin's multiple essences, and his eyes almost popped out. Wang Lin's three essences were beyond his imagination. He didn't dare to imagine what kind of destructive power Wang Lin would have after reaching the third step in 1,000 years. As long as he reaches the third step, he will be able to fight against those third-step cultivators that have been stuck at the early stage of Nirvana Void for tens of thousands of years, and they won't be his match at all. This kind of heaven-defying person will definitely attract the jealousy of the heavens. So, it is impossible for him to appear. I'm going to kill him. I must kill him. If I don't kill him, there will be no chance for me, Taoist Water, to survive. At this moment, Taoist Water didn't know that 3 essences wasn't Wang Lin's limit at all. He had collapsed his vitality, comprehended the first life and death essence, destroyed the ancient star, felt the second karma essence, and the domain star between his eyebrows dissipated to give birth to the third true and false essence. However, inside his body that hadn't dissipated, there was still the rosefinch fire. This rosefinch fire had gone through 3 transformations in Wang Lin's body. Each transformation caused his understanding of fire to increase greatly. In particular, the third transformation caused Wang Lin to become the controller of all fire in the world and reach an incredible realm. All fire spells had to yield before him. If there was a cultivator that cultivated fire, he could activate the fire spell inside their body and kill them with a wave of his hand. Even those that didn't cultivate fire spells would be burned by Wang Lin's anger. Among all the flames in the world, the strongest was anger. Everyone had anger. It was invisible, but it existed. Once it was burned, if one couldn't control it, they would without a doubt die. Above the flames of anger, there was also the power of burning flames. This power was so strong that it could shake the heavens and the earth. The so-called burning meant to burn. Burning flames, even the flames would be burned again. This kind of power was already unimaginable. But above the burning fire, there was the Tao fire. If Wang Lin could reach the realm of igniting the Tao fire, he would be able to burn his enemy's will. This was no longer a spell, nor was it a magical power. It was infinitely close to a Tao technique. Wang Lin's understanding of fire was no weaker than his understanding of life and death, karma, and true and false. If these 3 realms could give birth to essences, then naturally fire could also give birth to essences. However, this source was extremely hidden, so Taoist Water couldn't find it with his cultivation level. If a third-step cultivator reached the spirit void realm, they would be able to see the 4th essence in Wang Lin's body that would shock all third-step cultivators. 4 essences, 4 essences. He had surpassed the sovereign, Qing Lin, the lord of the sealed realm, and all the cultivators in the inner and outer realms of the ancient star system. This kind of enlightenment was heaven-shaking. If the sovereign knew of this, he would do anything to take Wang Lin as his disciple. If Taoist Water knew, he would tremble in fear. To him, Wang Lin was like a seed that would become a true ancient celestial, a legendary 4th-step cultivator. Even though this kind of person was still growing, it was enough to shock anyone. However, for it was also not Wang Lin's limit. Within Wang Lin's body, hidden beneath the fire origin source, was his final origin source, the 5th origin source, thunder, the origin of worldly thunder. He had devoured half an ancient thunder dragon and transformed his origin soul for 1,000 years. He had also absorbed the ancient star system's thunder and comprehended the changes of thunder. He had become a person that could replace the heavenly Tao in wielding the power of thunder. One more step, and he would be able to use the power of the heavenly Tao. Then, if he gained enlightenment, he could devour the 9 types of thunder that were born at the beginning of the world and become the master of thunder. His thunder essence would be complete, and he would be able to use the power of the Tao. Others were acting on behalf of the heavenly Tao, but Wang Lin was acting on his own. These 2 essences were hidden deep inside his body, so Taoist Water didn't notice them at all. Just 3 essences was enough to scare him out of his wits. If he knew that Wang Lin actually had 5 essences, who knew what kind of expression and shock he would have? However, all of this was extremely fragile and dangerous right now. As long as Taoist Water's attack descended, he could destroy all of Wang Lin's future and cause Wang Lin to die. Once he died, these 5 essences would dissipate into the world. This was something that had never happened before in the history of the inner and outer realms, and it would be lost. Right now, Wang Lin was still too weak before a 3rd-step cultivator. However, as long as he was given time and opportunity, Wang Lin could quickly transform into a powerful existence that even third-step cultivators would have to yield to. All of this wasn't certain at first, but with Taoist water's life and death crisis, Wang Lin had 5 essences. This reversed everything and allowed Wang Lin to become the person with the most essences in history. Die for me. Taoist water's eyes were filled with madness, fear, and excitement. These various expressions mixed together to form a perverted expression. He was going to kill this person with heaven-defying talent. He was going to kill this person he suspected to be the successor of a 4th-step cultivator. He was going to kill this person who was comparable to the most powerful treasure in the world. The 1.5 billion water Tao disciples on the giant cultivation planet gave off the power of a 3rd-step cultivator as they smashed down on Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes were calm. At this point, he had let go of all his thoughts. Whether it was life or death, it was all in the past. The only thing he couldn't let go of was his parents, one Heir's love, and Situ Shimizu's friendship. He wasn't willing to let go of any of these, and he wouldn't let go of them. He was going to walk toward death with all his worries. The smoke of death was like the brightest nebula in the world. If there was no one else in your heart but yourself, then death would be lonely, and cold. However, if there was something in one's heart, then even in death, one would still be as resplendent as a star, shining with boundless radiance. You want to kill me? Then let us die together. The moment the giant cultivation planet smashed down, Wang Lin opened his arms and waved them. The 3 vortexes around him moved like crazy, and the thunder and fire essences in his body also surged forward. This punch was more powerful than the 100 punches he had thrown in his life, more powerful than the god-slaying war chariot, and more powerful than all the spells Wang Lin had used in his life. This was the most brilliant and last spell he had used in his life. The world rumbled, the star fog collapsed, the star field dissipated, and the entire rank 5 region collapsed. 5 giant rifts appeared in the rank 6 region, separating them from each other. From now on, this would become an eternal part of the Cloud Sea. Even the rank 7 region was split in half by a gully. This punch was infinitely close to the spell of a 3rd-step cultivator. It was enough to destroy all Nirvana, Shatterer cultivators, and Heaven's Blight spells. Even the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor would without a doubt die under this blow. Wang Lin could only use this attack once, because it was at the cost of the 5 essences he had just formed. He had to destroy his own 5 essences and use a little cultivator who was half a step into the Nirvana Shatterer stage to unleash an attack comparable to a 3rd-step Nirvana Void cultivator. Absolutely stunning. There was no hesitation in Taoist Water's eyes. His shock was enough to flip the world, but right now he had to act. He had to kill Wang Lin. Even if this attack would injure him, make him need to go in a closed-door cultivation for thousands of years to recover and destroy the 1.5 billion water Tao disciples he had gathered, he had to act. Once he retreated, he would without a doubt die. He had to risk being injured to eliminate the source of all danger. Die. Taoist Water's ferocious eyes were filled with anger. The giant cultivation planet descended and collided with Wang Lin's 5 essences vortex. However, just at this instant, an earth-shattering change that no one expected and couldn't change occurred. Before this battle, Wang Lin had fused with Tian Yunzi's desperate attempt to break the Defying One's bead. He tore open the fog in his mind and saw a glimmer of hope. That glimmer of hope was the jade on Lu Jinbiao's body. At this moment, when Taoist Water's spell collided with Wang Lin's essence's vortex, his essences were about to explode, and Wang Lin was about to use his life as the price to perish together with Taoist Water. The jade that had disappeared along with the heaven-defying bead, and no matter how Taoist Water searched, he couldn't find it, suddenly appeared. This jade gave off an endless, golden glow as it flew out from Wang Lin's body and floated before him. The moment the jade appeared, Taoist Water trembled violently. His eyes were filled with endless panic, and his face turned pale without any trace of blood. Even the cultivation planet formed by his spell paused in the starry sky. The 1.5 billion water Tao disciples inside all trembled. An indescribable pressure came from the jade slip and surged into the starry sky. This is Master. Master's aura. This is Master's jade. This is the sealed realm jade. This is the only thing Master brought with him when he descended from the ancient celestial realm. Taoist Water had been a cultivator his entire life. Ever since his master died, he had been living in fear. When he saw the jade, the fear he had hidden for his master for tens of thousands of years erupted. Just at this instant, the jade floating before Wang Lin shined brightly, and a finger suddenly appeared. This finger was like jade and gave off a golden glow. It mercilessly pressed down between Taoist Water's eyebrows. It was so fast that it was unimaginable. Taoist Water seemed to have forgotten all resistance. The fear he felt toward his master had completely filled him. He didn't dare to resist. He didn't have time to resist. The finger pressed down on the 7-color nail between Taoist Water's eyebrows and pressed down 2 inches. The 7-color nail that was already 5 inches into Taoist Water's skull was completely pressed into Taoist Water's skull. I was very tired from writing yesterday, and when I woke up today, my mind was blank. It took me a long time to finish one chapter, and now I have to write the next one. I don't know what time it will be, but I'll do it as soon as possible, but my mind is in a daze. Chapter 1282. Taoist Water let out a miserable scream. At this moment, it was as if there was an invisible flame burning inside his body. It burned his soul and Origin's soul. This intense pain turned into a crazy will that erupted inside his body. The 7-colored nail was a weapon that specialized in killing third-step cultivators. It was refined from a meteorite that came from a mysterious planet outside the ancient star system, and it contained a trace of the power of a star that not even the sovereign could understand. The damage this power could do to third-step cultivators had reached an unimaginable degree. Even the Lord of the Sealed Realm would have died after being nailed by more than 97 colored nails. The impact of this incomprehensible force would cause unimaginable damage. If the 7-colored nail hadn't completely entered Taoist Water's forehead, it wouldn't have been a life and death crisis for him. Wang Lin could only break 1 inch of the nail, and Taoist Water would only need to consume some cultivation to force the nail out. However, the Wind Celestial Realm's Stone Old Man's avatar arrived and caught him off guard. This caused the nail to sink down to 5 inches and dealt a heavy blow to Taoist Water. This almost caused him to go crazy, and he couldn't suppress it. With his powerful third-step cultivation, Taoist Water was barely able to suppress it. He was prepared to kill Wang Lin and then go in a closed-door cultivation to heal. However, he didn't expect that when his spell descended to destroy Wang Lin, his master's jade would appear on Wang Lin's body. The shock this jade gave him was no less than when he saw the heaven-defying bead and its master. However, none of this made him despair. Until that finger appeared, Taoist Water was too familiar with this finger. He recognized it at a glance. It was his master's finger. This discovery scared him out of his wits. He didn't even have time to beg for mercy before the finger descended and the 7-colored nail completely entered his skull. At this moment, when the 7-colored nail was completely inserted between Taoist Water's eyebrows, it pierced deep into his skull and entered his brain. The 7-colored nail immediately began to melt, and bursts of 7-colored light filled every part of his brain. At this moment, Taoist Water's eyes, nose, ears, mouth, and orifices all gave off 7-colored light. His head was like a sieve with 7 small holes that gave off a blinding 7-colored light. While screaming miserably, Taoist Water quickly retreated as if he had gone crazy. His eyes revealed a monstrous struggle as he resisted the 7-colored light in his mind. However, no matter how much he resisted, the 7-colored nail couldn't be stopped. In an instant, it turned into a 7-colored liquid that filled his mind. Pain pierced his heart, and Taoist Water let out a painful roar. The struggle in his eyes became weaker and weaker, and he was about to completely lose his mind. "Master, you gave me the immortal decree and saved me 3 times. Now that 3 times have passed, you come to kill me. Karma, karma, karma. Taoist water revealed a miserable smile as he retreated, but his expression became even more ferocious. I refuse to accept this. After you die, I've reached the 3rd step. I'm a 3rd step cultivator. I'm the master of the God sect, and I'm going to replace you. 1. 5 billion water Tao disciples, explode for me. Give me all your Joss flames to resist the 7-colored God void nail. Taoist water let out a miserable scream as he retreated like crazy. In the blink of an eye, he broke through the void and escaped toward the God sect. Around him, the giant cultivation planet closely followed, and the 5 billion water Tao disciples exploded. The Joss flames unique to 3rd step cultivators rushed into Taoist water's body and resisted the 7-colored light. Thunderous rumbles came from Taoist water's body like crazy until he disappeared among the stars. Taoist water went crazy along the way. He continued to resist and suppress the destruction until he disappeared without a trace. When he left the rank 5 region, the thunderous rumbles gradually weakened until there was nothing left. The surroundings were completely silent, so silent that it was as if nothing existed. Wang Lin's eyes slowly closed. He had collapsed. Although he hadn't started the final battle with Taoist water, his injuries were far more serious than in the demon spirit land. He had used up all his vitality. At this moment, his hair was white and he had become an old man. The moment he closed his eyes, the 3 vortexes around him returned to his body and the 5 essences rotated inside his body. However, no matter what, it couldn't make up for the lost vitality. The moment he closed his eyes, a vortex appeared between his eyebrows, and the heaven-defying bead slowly flew out from it. The moment it flew out, the heaven-defying bead melted and spread from between Wang Lin's eyebrows until it covered his entire body. At this moment, Wang Lin seemed to have become a stone person. He had become a stone statue of an old man. At the same time, the jade floating before him melted and entered between Wang Lin's eyebrows before disappearing once more. Shortly after, not far away, there was a flash of crystal light where the trident had collapsed. This crystal light closed in on Wang Lin and disappeared into his right hand. At this instant, a weak, 7-colored light appeared where the 3rd god, slaying war chariot's butterfly treasure spirit, had collapsed. A blurry, 7-colored butterfly appeared and struggled to flap its wings. It slowly flew toward Wang Lin and turned into countless rays of 7-colored light that entered Wang Lin's body. There were also the 2 black and white short sword that had collapsed. They seemed to be turned into illusions by a mysterious force. They turned into 2 black and white deer that entered the statue of Wang Lin. Everything was over. Wang Lin's consciousness was immersed in darkness, and he slowly fell asleep. His body turned into stone under the mysterious force of the heaven-defying bead. He lost all his spells and slowly floated among the stars. The rank 5 region had already collapsed and was filled with spatial rifts and cold winds. There were also large amounts of hidden vortexes. Wang Lin's stone statue floated further and further away. An unknown amount of time passed. Maybe it was 1 day, maybe it was 10 days, maybe it was 1 month. Wang Lin's stone statue floated through the rank 5 region. Sometimes he would encounter vortexes and get thrown far away. Sometimes he would encounter spatial rifts and cracks would appear on his body. Also in the rank 5 region, there was a woman that had arrived an unknown amount of time ago. She went to the battlefield where Wang Lin and Taoist water had fought, and tears flowed down her face. Is it too late? The woman bit her lower lip until blood came out. Her eyes were filled with sorrow as she stared blankly ahead. It was as if her heart had died along with her. A death aura surrounded her body and lingered for a long time. Do you want to save him? An ancient voice slowly came from the depths of the star system and entered the woman's ears. The woman's body trembled. He's not dead, but he's still dead. You need to find the stone statue he turned into. I'll teach you a method. Perhaps you can awaken him. However, this method will require you to pay a great price. The voice gradually grew weaker, as if it had never been there. However, his words caused the woman's eyes to shine brightly with determination. She gently nodded and wiped away the tears from the corner of her eyes. She began to slowly search through the rank 5 region. Time passed. 3 days, 10 days, 19 days, until 30 days later. In a corner of the rank 5 region, the woman saw an old stone statue covered in scars floating in the distance. She hugged the stone statue, and her tears fell on it, but no sound came out. She took the stone statue and shed tears as she gradually left. She went to a place no one could find. She went to a wild continent in the cloud sea that was hidden deep within the fog. It was unknown what rank it was, but she didn't know what rank it was. There were many ferocious beasts on this continent. Because very few people had discovered this continent over the countless years, the ferocious beasts on this continent immediately roared when the woman arrived. However, the moment the roars rang out, they immediately fell silent. There seemed to be an aura around the woman, causing all the ferocious beasts to tremble and not dare to make any sound. In the northern part of the continent, the woman landed in a valley with the stone statue. She tidied up the valley and silently looked at the stone statue. Then she lived here with it. Every day, the woman would stand before the stone statue, bite the tip of her finger, and smear blood all over the stone statue. The stone statue was very rough, and when she rubbed her finger over it, she would feel intense pain. However, the woman would look at the stone statue's eyes as if she didn't know pain. The stone statue was very big, like a person. If she wanted to smear blood all over her body, the blood on her finger would often coagulate halfway. Every time this happened, she would tear off the coagulation, squeeze out more blood, and continue smearing it. After each time, the pain was comparable to torture. Day after day, this kind of pain was more unimaginable than any torture in the world. Every time the stone statue was covered in blood, the stone statue would slowly absorb the blood. A faint luster would appear on it, as if it had recovered some of its vitality. Even its aged appearance would change slightly. At the beginning, when she smeared blood all over the stone statue, it would take an entire day for the blood to be completely absorbed. However, as time passed, the blood would gradually dissipate after 20 hours, and the woman would need to smear it again. 1 month, 2 months, 4 months, 7 months, 1 year. An entire year passed. The woman would need to carefully smear the stone statue twice a day, not allowing a single drop of blood to be missed. Her careful appearance was very beautiful. During this year, the luster on the stone statue became brighter and brighter. Its appearance also slowly changed from an old man to a younger one. However, the woman's face became paler and paler. She lost a large amount of blood that contained origin energy. She was like a blooming flower that was slowly withering. He lost his vitality. If it was ordinary vitality, it would be able to make up for it. However, what he lost was the vitality of his mind, the vitality of his origin soul, and the vitality of his soul. If you want him to wake up, you need to nourish him with vitality. The woman looked at the stone statue silently. Her gaze seemed eternal. At this moment, while Wang Lin was sleeping, he had a dream that was related to the heaven-defying bead in his life, a dream of great fortune. Is everyone satisfied with this dream? Earroot said that this dream would be the biggest one he had ever written, and it was not over yet. This was only the first half of it. There was still the second half. There were 2 things. The first was that there was an event in YY tonight, and Earroot would be there at around 21 p.m. For more details, please refer to the post by the deputy moderator in the book review section. The second was about the authentication of Chidian's mobile account. There was also a post in the book review section. As long as you are a VIP user, you will be given a monthly ticket after authentication. I hope that everyone can go and authenticate your account, and at the same time, give the monthly ticket to Earroot. Thank you, everyone. If there is any trouble, Earroot will bow. Chapter 1283. This dream was very deep, so deep that it was hard to tell the difference between reality and illusion. Before Wang Lin was a fog, and inside the fog, There were long, glowing objects that moved between each other and flashed by one. Here, Wang Lin's soul was the only thing left. He walked slowly through this world of fog, slowly dissipating until the day when his soul would completely disappear. He was very cold, and the coldness grew stronger and stronger until it filled his entire soul. He didn't know how long he walked. There was no sun or moon here, and even time seemed to be frozen. As he moved forward, Wang Lin gradually discovered that the glowing objects that moved through the fog contained the 5 elements of heaven and earth: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. It gave him a very familiar feeling, as if the 5 elements here were all very familiar to him. This is the world of the heaven-defying bead. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, or maybe 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. He didn't know how much time had passed, but Wang Lin's soul hadn't dissipated. Throughout these countless years, within the world of the heaven-defying bead, there was a warm, bloody light that came from all directions, dispelling the coldness in Wang Lin. Gradually, it nourished his soul, causing it to become translucent. The confusion that filled Wang Lin's body gradually dissipated as the bloody light nourished him. He stared around in a daze as he slowly remembered many things, including the world he had seen nearly 2,000 years ago. The 5 elements here were collected by me. Wang Lin's confusion dissipated, and what replaced it was like waking up from a dream. However, after waking up, he found that he was still in a dream. Silently sensing his surroundings, Wang Lin looked back. He didn't know how many years had passed, but he had walked deep into the world of the heaven-defying bead, and he couldn't find a way back. Even if he found a way back, there was no way out. It was as if he was trapped here, waiting for eternity. One error is also here. Wang Lin was used to being alone. He was used to being alone in this world, so he didn't feel uncomfortable here. But I remember that everything has collapsed. Why am I here? Wang Lin frowned as he looked at his body, and his face revealed a bitter expression. He saw his body in a translucent state, completely formed by his soul. He also saw the warm, bloody light around him, constantly entering his body, nourishing his soul, helping him get rid of his confusion, and condensing his soul. This bloody light is... Wang Lin looked at the bloody light that kept entering his body, giving him a warm feeling. This feeling made him very comfortable, but he couldn't figure out what this bloody light was. Could it be that the heaven-defying bead has a strange power that can nourish the soul? Wang Lin pondered for a while, as if this was the only answer that could explain everything. However, he still felt that something was wrong. Just as he was about to ponder, suddenly, in the world of the heaven-defying bead, in Wang Lin's dream, a soft murmur came from afar. "Here, here." Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. The murmur fell into his ears and immediately turned into a wave that echoed in his soul. Staring ahead, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. This sound can shake the soul. It is very strange. I am the owner of the heaven-defying bead, but I want to see what this sound is. After pondering for a while, Wang Lin slowly moved forward. His speed wasn't fast, but because he was a soul, his body was like the wind as he floated forward and disappeared into the fog. Wang Lin's speed became faster and faster. As he moved forward, he once again clearly felt the bloody light. This bloody light seemed to be chasing after Wang Lin and constantly entering his soul, making the warm feeling in Wang Lin become stronger and stronger. What is this bloody light? Wang Lin frowned as he moved forward, but he couldn't figure out where this bloody light came from. As he moved forward, his speed surpassed that of lightning. As the rumbling sounds echoed, he broke through all the fog, and he was many times faster than when he was in a state of confusion. The fog was pushed back and immediately collapsed due to Wang Lin's speed. This allowed Wang Lin to move forward like a hot knife through butter. Time passed, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Wang Lin continued to fly. He was a soul, so he didn't consume origin energy. This was the heaven-defying bead, and he was the owner of the heaven-defying bead, so he was like a fish in water. As he moved forward, The fog was no longer dense, but thinner. During these years, the bloody light didn't break for even a second. It continued to nourish Wang Lin's soul, causing it to become more and more corporeal. However, Wang Lin could feel that although the warmth from the bloody light was the same as before, it was becoming weaker and colder. After an unknown amount of time, as Wang Lin moved forward, the murmur became more and more clear. This place, Wang Lin moved faster and faster. On this day, he suddenly stopped and stared ahead. In the thin fog before him, a door to the heavens suddenly appeared. Wang Lin was no stranger to this door. He had seen it several times before. The giant door stood in the world of the heaven-defying bead. It was boundless, and anyone who stood before it would feel like they were an ant. At this moment, as Wang Lin closed in, the giant stone door rumbled, and the two doors slowly opened. As the rumbling echoed, a giant crack appeared. This place. The voice came from the crack, and it was even clearer. At such a close distance, when the voice entered Wang Lin's ears, it was like a ripple that caused his origin soul to distort. It really is it. Wang Lin's pupils shrank as he stared at the giant stone door and silently pondered. He had speculated about this for several years, and he naturally thought about the giant stone door that appeared due to the heaven-defying bead. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, although he was shocked, it wasn't outside of his expectations. After being nourished by the bloodlight for several years, as Wang Lin's soul solidified, he recalled even more memories. He remembered the jade that suddenly appeared during his battle with Taoist water. He also remembered what Taoist water had said. This jade was called the Sealed Realm Jade, and it was something that belonged to its owner. One of the things that Wang Lin had been puzzled about before finally had an answer. What he didn't understand was why the white-haired boy wanted to kill him. However, as his memories awakened and he fought Taoist water, Wang Lin clearly determined that Taoist water's owner was the Lord of the Sealed Realm, the previous owner of the heaven-defying bead. The white-haired boy had obviously felt the aura of his owner, which was why he had come to kill Wang Lin. That was why he had devoured Wang Lin's blood and said that he wasn't reincarnated. He had also searched his soul to find the heaven-defying bead. His goal was to find its owner and kill its owner. Wang Lin had already thought through all of this, which was why the white-haired boy had panicked so much when he saw the jade. His expression changed greatly and was filled with endless fear. And the Lord of the Sealed Realm was obviously not truly dead. Wang Lin's memories awakened, and he clearly remembered that after the jade appeared, the golden light turned into a finger. It was this finger that caused the 7-colored nail to pierce into the white-haired boy's forehead, causing him to be seriously injured and escape while screaming, "Here! Come in! Here!" The murmur became even more clear from the crack in the stone door before Wang Lin. It was like the wind that moved the world inside the heaven-defying bead. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he stared at the stone door and slowly said, "Who are you?" "I am the Lord of the Sealed Realm, the Lord of the Sealed Realm. Come in. I have no ill will. I won't harm you." After a moment of silence, the murmur was filled with confusion as this sentence gradually came out. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He vaguely had a feeling that there was a shocking secret behind the door, a secret related to the heaven-defying bead. It was also a way for him to leave this place. After pondering a bit, Wang Lin no longer hesitated and charged toward the door. In the blink of an eye, he closed in and stepped through the crack in the stone door. Cloud Sea, in the Rank 2 region, there was an extremely remote wild continent hidden in endless fog. Cultivators rarely came to this place, and it was completely desolate. In a valley on this continent, Li Qianmei was sitting cross-legged on the ground. In front of her was a crystal-clear stone statue. The stone statue was covered in blood, and the bloodlight was gradually dissipating. Li Qianmei's face was extremely pale, without a trace of blood. Her blue hair was also devoid of luster. She slowly opened her eyes. There was no spirit in her eyes, only sadness filled them. She raised her right hand. Her 5 fingers were cracked and withered. They didn't look like the hand of a young woman at all, but the arm of an old woman. Li Qianmei took off the blood that hadn't healed yet. Her eyes gradually became bright and determined, and she once more covered the stone statue with blood. For years had passed, and during these 4 years, Li Qianmei didn't leave this place. She silently stayed here and nourished the stone statue with her blood. For years ago, she only needed to smear the stone statue once a day, and she had 20 hours to rest. For years later, as the stone statue became more and more translucent, the amount of blood she needed also increased. She often had to smear the stone statue 4 times a day, and her rest time was less than 8 hours. I will wake you up. Li Qianmei looked at the stone statue. There were no tears in the corners of her eyes, only cracks that seemed to be formed from a long period of tears. In these 4 years, she had asked herself many times, was all of this worth it? She couldn't answer herself the same way she had answered her master back then. She didn't know if all of this was worth it or not. She only knew that there seemed to be a faint voice from her previous life beside her ears. In her 100 years of fighting on the battlefield, that voice was slowly awakening, slowly murmuring, slowly letting her vaguely see herself as a fish under the water, looking up at the surface of the water, a bird flying in the sky, gradually disappearing into the distance. Only 520 votes away from 10,000. Today, I'm going to continue exploding. My ears are really going all out. Today, I'm going to reach 10,000. Chapter 1284. Wang Lin didn't know any of this. At this moment, he stepped into the door to the heavens inside the heaven-defying bead. With one step, it was as if he had stepped into another world. This place was an endless starry sky. There was no fog in this starry sky, only resplendent nebulae that were extremely beautiful. This starry sky was very quiet, very quiet. Similarly, it was also very unfamiliar to Wang Lin. You're the 3rd person to step into this door. The murmur slowly echoed in this silent starry sky. The moment it appeared, endless starlight erupted from the stars and gathered before Wang Lin to form a giant vortex of starlight. Come in. My 3rd fated person. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. After pondering for a bit, he stepped into the vortex. The moment he entered, his entire soul dissipated. When he reappeared, what appeared before Wang Lin was a blue sky and black earth. This was a planet inside the door to the heavens. The earth was black, but there was grass everywhere. When the wind blew, the grass rustled. The sky was blue without any clouds. It was as if the sea was hanging upside down. Before him was a giant tree that reached the heavens. This tree was as tall as the sky, and there was a green light coming from it. However, it couldn't hide the damage and cracks on the tree. This giant tree seemed to have lost all vitality and was slowly dying as it struggled. Wang Lin looked at the giant tree before him and sucked in a breath of cold air. The murmur came from the giant tree and echoed across the world. This is the transformation of my life, nirvana, tribulation treasure. Only by doing this can I survive until now. Wang Lin was shocked as he looked at the giant tree. This tree was large enough to compete with an ancient god. I came from the ancient celestial realm, and I've forgotten my name. After I descended, people call me the Lord of the Sealed Realm or the Lord of the Sealed Realm. Before you, there were 2 other people who entered. I don't know their names, but since they were able to enter, they were fated with me. I gave the first person a peerless Tao, spell, and my comprehension of the world. The second person, I gave him half a body of law, allowing his talent to be heaven-shaking. You are the 3rd cultivator to enter. What do you want? Wang Lin silently pondered. After a long time, he looked at the giant tree and slowly said, Taoist water, were you the one who forced him to retreat? If you didn't find my jade pendant that vanished all those years ago, then I wouldn't be able to help you. But since you found the jade pendant, then I'll be able to utilize some of my remaining strength through the jade pendant. That Tao slave betrayed me all those years ago, and I gave him 3 chances to survive. Wang Lin suppressed the shock in his heart and calmly asked, Why are you helping me? Wang Lin's words caused the giant tree to silently ponder. After a long time, an ancient murmur echoed. A long time ago, There was no distinction between the inner and outer realms in the ancient star system. In this boundless star system, there was a holy land called the ancient celestial realm. The ancient celestial realm ruled this star system and taught all living beings. Once they reached a certain level and opened their own star system, they could ascend to the ancient celestial realm and become a citizen of the ancient celestial realm. Everything was going according to plan, but due to a treasure from the outer realm, a drastic change occurred. This upheaval caused the ancient celestial realm to split into two parts that eventually dissipated and went into hiding. It also sealed the path to ascension. As a result, the ancient star system was also split into two. The inner and outer realms appeared, and there was also the realm heart formation. In the outer realm, the ancient celestial realm that split off became the holy land of the outer realm. And in the inner realm, there was another part of the ancient celestial realm. I came from there. When Wang Lin heard the ancient voice, a shocking wave was set off in his heart. This kind of secret was extremely rare, and he had never thought that the inner and outer realms would have such a connection. The split of the ancient celestial realm caused the ancient star system to split into the outer realm and outer realm. During that upheaval, the ancient celestial realm suffered heavy casualties and countless people fell. Even the ancient celestial emperor, who had existed since the beginning of the world, was seriously injured by that treasure and went into closed-door cultivation. However, the people that split off from the ancient celestial realm were constantly eyeing the inner realm under the leadership of the 9 celestial imperial concubines. What they wanted was that treasure and the path to the inner realm's ancient celestial realm. As a Tao celestial of the inner realm's ancient celestial realm, I descended to command all living beings in the inner realm to resist the invasion of the outer realm and fight them. However, before I could finish, I was ambushed by the Tao slaves and was seriously injured by the people of the outer realm and several people from the ancient celestial realm. In the end, the celestial imperial concubine destroyed my body, forcing me to enter the heaven-defying bead and survive as a treasure spirit. Wang Lin was shocked and quickly asked, "What is the heaven-defying bead?" The treasure that caused the upheaval in the ancient celestial realm to split off was the heaven-defying bead. However, the real heaven-defying bead was a compass with 9 heavenly treasures on it. When we obtained the heaven-defying bead, there were only 3 treasures on it. The heaven-defying bead was placed at the center, and after the split, the inner realm's ancient celestial realm obtained 2. As a Tao celestial, I had to lead the inner realm and outer realm in battle, so the celestial emperor gave me the heaven-defying bead. However, I wasn't the first owner of the heaven-defying bead. After countless years of research, I learned that there were 2 other owners before me. Each of them was far stronger than me. They were all cultivators from the outer realm. I also deduced that the heaven-defying bead was the most important thing on the compass. Unfortunately, the celestial emperor was in closed-door cultivation and didn't know everything. Otherwise, with his research, he would have been able to break the final secret of the heaven-defying bead and find the immemorial God realm. Immemorial God realm? Wang Lin obtained more and more shocking secrets, and each one was enough to shock him. He had just heard about the origin of the ancient celestial realm and the heaven-defying bead, and now he heard about the immemorial God realm. The immemorial God realm should exist. I don't know much about this. Now that my vitality is gone, I should have died a long time ago, but my mission hasn't been completed. The Celestial Emperor hasn't come out of closed-door cultivation, and the ancient celestial realm is still sealed. I can't let anyone from the outer realm disturb me, or else the consequences will be unimaginable. The 2 people that entered before didn't become the next owner of the heaven-defying bead. They were only my pawns. However, you're different. You have fused the heaven-defying bead with your origin soul and become the owner of the heaven-defying bead. That's why I want to help you. I want you to become the Lord of the sealed realm. I want you to protect the sealed realm for me and resist the invasion of the outer realm until the Celestial Emperor awakens from closed-door cultivation and until the seal on the ancient celestial realm is opened. After I help you, the heaven-defying bead will disappear completely. When you find the jade and fuse it with the nirvana calamity treasure, the realm heart formation will become even stronger and give you time to grow. If you can do this, then when the Celestial Emperor awakens and hand over the heaven-defying bead, the Celestial Emperor will reward you greatly. You will be able to fulfill all your wishes. Even the woman you put in the heaven-avoiding coffin can be reborn and awaken. Wang Lin suddenly raised his head. He stared at the giant tree and silently pondered. This person has definitely been observing me for a very long time over the years and knows everything about me. He even knows about my desire for Wan Er's resurrection. He's using this to make me submit to that so-called immortal emperor. He wants me to hand over the heaven-defying bead after the Celestial Emperor awakens. Once I obey, I will be completely controlled by the Celestial Emperor. If he is happy, he can resurrect Wan Er, and if he is unhappy, he can kill us. How could I do such a thing? However, if I want to leave, I must agree to this person's request. This person has no ill intent toward me, but he is extremely old-fashioned. Ever since Taoist water betrayed him, he has been stubborn and has missed the opportunity to kill the betrayer due to the 3 promises he made before. This is why he has stayed until now. Wang Lin silently pondered for a bit and slowly said, "What can you give me?" Just as he finished speaking, the giant tree trembled and gave off a heaven-shaking pressure. This pressure turned into a storm and charged at Wang Lin. It instantly shrouded Wang Lin and pulled Wang Lin back into the giant tree. I've studied the heaven-defying bead for many years, and there are too many secrets within it. I can't see through them all, but I can extract the power of the stars from outside the primeval realm and leave it in your soul. Although it won't allow you to reach the heavens in one step, it will allow you to enter the Tao realm. From there, you can gain enlightenment of the heavenly Tao. How much good fortune you can obtain will depend on yourself. The ancient voice echoed, shaking the world and gradually dissipating. Time flowed by, and the wheel of time was opened. Unknowingly, spring passed and autumn arrived. The sun and moon alternated, and another 2 years had passed. On the wild continent in the rank 2 region of the Cloud Sea, Li Qianmei accompanied the stone statue that Wang Lin had turned into. They quickly but slowly passed through 6 life rings. 6 years was slow for mortals, but 10 years could pass in the blink of an eye. It could be said that 6 years was not a long time, but it was not a short time. To a cultivator, 6 years was like the snap of a finger. They could be reduced to ashes in a puff of smoke. However, during those 6 years, Li Qianmei had spent her days smearing the stone statue with her blood. 6 years was like 600 years. Her face was still beautiful, but it was filled with sickness. She was emaciated, but her eyes were still filled with determination and obsession. Right now, she only had less than 4 hours of rest each day. During these 4 hours, she cultivated wholeheartedly to recover some vitality and continue to paint the stone statue. Her haggard appearance was like a withered flower, but it made everyone who saw it feel sad. To be honest, today was not a good time to explode, because the many times before had drained her brain. She had the plot in her mind, but she didn't know how to say it. Alas, if she said it, her brain would explode no matter what. At most, she would drink a few more stimulant drinks and smoke a few more cigarettes. I'm writing the 3rd chapter. Chapter 1285. In the valley, the stone statue of Wang Lin had transformed from an ancient old man to a young man. He looked almost exactly the same as before he had become a stone statue. Every time Li Qianmei looked at the statue, it was as if she could see Wang Lin standing in front of her. "You promised me that you would give it to me." Li Qianmei murmured softly, as if she were talking to herself, but also to Wang Lin, who had become a stone statue. Every time she had met Wang Lin during the past 6 years, they would appear in Li Qianmei's mind, and they would become more and more profound. However, sometimes she would ask herself why everything had turned out the way it did. She couldn't understand it, but Wang Lin's figure became more and more imprinted in her mind. What she couldn't get out of her mind was the image of the fish in the water, its eyes gazing up at the bird in the sky above the water. When the bird landed, its feathers fluttered, and when it drank water, its gaze met the gaze of the fish in the water. Although it was only for a moment, it became an eternity in Li Qianmei's mind. Is there really a past life? Li Qianmei bit her lip. There were no more tears in her eyes. She peeled off the blood rings on her fingers and once again began to smear the blood on the statue of Wang Lin. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, another year had passed. During that year, the speed at which the statue of Wang Lin absorbed the blood grew faster and faster. Li Qianmei only had an hour to rest every day. The rest of the time, she had to stare at the statue and smear the blood on the statue before it completely absorbed the blood. Over and over again. This year's time was equivalent to the previous 6 years. Li Qianmei's body grew even weaker. She didn't have much time to recover. She could only continue to consume her life force and slowly fade away. During the past 7 years, there weren't many medicinal pills left in her storage space. She consumed them all and turned them into origin energy to circulate her life force. However, the consumption of medicinal pills couldn't compare to her daily consumption. No matter how many medicinal pills she had, it was useless. This was because Li Qianmei didn't have the time to digest the medicinal pills. She only had an hour every day. If there was a gap in the 7 years of hard work because of the medicinal pills, then all her hard work would be for naught. Li Qianmei's face was dim, and there wasn't a trace of spirit in it. Only her eyes were still filled with determination. She didn't think about whether it was worth it or not. She only knew that she had to do it, and that she didn't regret it. That was enough. After smearing the blood on the statue, Li Qianmei took out a medicinal pill from her storage bag and quickly put it in her mouth to digest it. After an hour, she gave up on absorbing the medicinal energy and allowed it to dissipate. She barely managed to exchange for some origin energy. She gathered her own life force, stimulated her body to produce more blood, and smeared the blood on the statue again. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. A woman with her tenacity, her determination, and her determination to not regret, endured for 8 years. She didn't have the hundreds of years of lonely waiting that Li Muan had, and she didn't have the lonely zither music that Li Muan had. However, she had the same determination. Even after 8 years, it was still 8 years until the end of her life. You still haven't answered my third question. I still haven't heard you say your third question. Li Qianmei bit her lip and smeared the blood on the statue again and again until eternity passed. After 8 years, she didn't even have that 1 hour of rest every day. The absorption rate of Wang Lin's statue had reached a terrifying degree. Almost all the blood would be absorbed the moment she finished smearing it. Li Qianmei didn't have any time to hesitate or cultivate. She was going to smear the statue with blood again and again. This method made her even more haggard. She didn't have time to rest or cultivate, and she was overdrafting her life with her nirvana shatterer cultivation. If a woman could do this, it would be blasphemy to ask if it was worth it or not. She had lost the ability to think and no longer thought about anything. However, the memories of her meeting with Wang Lin turned into a force that supported her through the 8th year. However, compared to the 8th year, the most terrifying thing was the 9th year. The speed at which Wang Lin's statue absorbed blood had reached a terrifying degree. Often, before she even finished smearing the blood, the area she touched would immediately dissipate. As a result, it had exceeded Li Qianmei's limit. Even if she used both of her hands, she couldn't keep up with the speed at which the blood dissipated. After discovering this, Li Qianmei revealed a miserable expression. She didn't hesitate to bite the tip of her tongue and began to use the essence blood in her mind. Essence blood was an extremely important thing for a cultivator. The amount of essence blood determined everything for a cultivator. It didn't exist in the limbs, but at the tip of the tongue and the heart. 1 drop of blood here was equivalent to one's entire body. After Li Qianmei spat out the essence blood from the tip of her tongue, her hands formed a seal to turn the essence blood into a blood mist that surrounded the statue. Only with this kind of intense consumption could she keep up with the speed at which the statue absorbed the blood. However, every time she spat out essence blood, her face would become a bit more pale. She looked like she was only skin and bones, and her peerless beauty from the past was no longer there. However, all of this changed in the second half of the 9th year. The absorption speed of Wang Lin's statue increased once again. Even the essence blood at the tip of her tongue was not enough. Li Qianmei's body was extremely weak. Her eyes were filled with despair, but she clenched her teeth and waved her right hand. A small silver sword appeared in her hand, and she stabbed it at her heart. Where the essence blood was, there was also the heart. The intense pain caused Li Qianmei's body to tremble. However, this didn't stop her. Instead, her body became even weaker. Using this unimaginable method, Li Qianmei passed the 9th year and welcomed the 10th year. The voice said that if I can use this method for 10 years, there's a chance that he will awaken. Now, there's only 1 year left. After 9 years, Li Qianmei was like a completely different person. As the 10th year arrived, the essence blood in her heart and the tip of her tongue was no longer enough to smear the statue. Li Qianmei chose the origin soul Dao blood. The so-called origin soul Dao blood was the essence of her cultivation. She had comprehended the will of the heavens and earth and fused it into her origin soul. It became the foundation of her cultivation and forced it out into an aura. This aura was not blood, but it was even more precious than blood. The life force it contained was Li Qianmei's everything. In the last year, Li Qianmei also hesitated. However, when she saw the statue of Wang Lin, her hesitation turned into a bright smile. It was just like the first time they met, and her smile was very moving. There is another woman in your heart. I won't steal her from you, nor will I make you choose. For her, you must have suffered bitterly. How could I force you? It doesn't matter if you don't care about me, but there are some things in the world that cannot be pondered or changed. I believe that if the woman in your heart had come during these 9 years, she would have done the same, and she would have done even better than me. Even if it was that Mu Bingmei, if she knew everything and came here, I believe she would have done the same. I don't ask for anything. I just want to complete the picture that has always appeared in my heart. In my previous life, you were a bird and I was a fish. Over the years, I've thought about a lot and understood a lot. Perhaps it was an illusion, but I have seen a lot. I saw you turn into a bird and land on the surface of the water where I was swimming. One time was to drink water, and the other time was when you were injured and fell into the water. I used my strength to push you to the shore so that you could breathe and continue to fly. Li Qianmei had a gentle smile as she looked at the statue of Wang Lin and closed her eyes. The moment she closed her eyes, her origin soul began to move and a vortex appeared between her eyebrows. Drops of Dao blood slowly came out and landed on Wang Lin's body. Li Qianmei was like a fallen flower and began to wither even faster. However, this 10th year seemed to be extremely long, even longer than the previous 9 years combined. On the 9th month of the 10th year, Li Qianmei opened her eyes. She looked at the statue and silently pondered for a long time. She gradually got up and looked at the sky. It was as if she was seeing the scene of herself pushing the bird to the shore in her previous life. Gently shaking her head, Li Qianmei took the jade pendant hanging around her neck. This jade pendant contained her life spirit. Looking at the stone statue, Li Qianmei gently hung the jade pendant on it. Even with everything I have, I can't help you get through these last 3 months. I can't do it. However, I know that all the cultivators that go to the demon sect's battlefield, as long as they are recognized by the demon sect, the demon sect's high elder can use a spell to extract their soul blood. Once they die on the battlefield, the soul blood can be used to create a new soul and reincarnate. I was recognized by the demon sect back then, so I left my soul blood behind. Now I'm going to take it out, and maybe it can help you get through these 3 months. Li Qianmei looked at the statue of Wang Lin for a long time before withdrawing her gaze. Around the valley, Li Qianmei took out 9 flying swords from her storage space and stabbed them into the surroundings, forming a sword array. This sword array was the strongest of her magic treasures, and it had helped her kill countless fierce beasts on the battlefield. After leaving behind the sword formation, Li Qianmei bit her lip and swallowed a pill with her weak body. Then she quickly left the valley for the first time in 10 years. She left the wild continent and headed toward the rank 9 region's demon sect. I don't have much time, and the life soul jade can only last for about 1 month. I must retrieve my soul blood within 1 month. But that soul blood is not easy to obtain. Li Qianmei turned into a ray of light and disappeared among the stars. She couldn't take away the statue of Wang Lin. It seemed to have merged with the wild continent 3 years ago. Once Li Qianmei left, she never returned. The final 3 months slowly passed. That woman's figure was no longer accompanying the valley, and it was as if the valley had become lonely due to her departure. The roars of the ferocious beasts on the continent became even more intense, and they gradually closed in on the valley. However, under the sword formation formed by the 9 flying swords, all the fierce beasts that entered the valley let out miserable cries and died. The fierce beasts gradually retreated and no longer dared to approach. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. The jade that Li Qianmei left behind hung on the neck of the statue of Wang Lin. It gave off a gentle glow, as if Li Qianmei had never left and was nourishing the statue of Wang Lin. It carried her warmth, her 10 years of care, and her heart. It turned into a force that accompanied the statue of Wang Lin. The 11th day, the 12th day, until the 20th day, Li Qianmei still hadn't returned. It was as if she had vanished from the world, and there was no news of her at all. It was as if this woman had never appeared in this valley. Only the sword formation and the jade pendant bore witness to everything that had happened. The valley was silent. Only the sparkling light emitted by the stone statue faintly illuminated the surroundings, reflecting the light from the jade pendant. However, the light from the jade pendant became dimmer and dimmer, like a candle flame being blown away by the wind. It seemed like it would be extinguished at any moment. Time slowly passed. On the 27th day after Li Qianmei left, an old woman in white walked through the starry sky of the wild continent, a place where very few cultivators came. The old woman's expression was gloomy as she held a jade in her hand. As she moved forward, she would confirm the direction and get closer and closer to the wild continent. 1 day later, the wild continent Wang Lin appeared in the fog before the old woman. The old woman let out a cold snort and took a step forward. Her entire body disappeared, and when she reappeared, she was on the wild continent. The moment she landed, she immediately spread out her divine sense. Her peak nirvana, shatter aura, swept across the wild continent. In an instant, she found the valley that she had been searching for all this while. After finding the location of the valley, the old woman moved like a ray of light. Thunderous rumbles echoed as she broke through the void and appeared outside the valley where Wang Lin's statue was. "This is the place." The old woman frowned. Just as she was about to enter the valley, 9 rays of sword energy shot out from the valley toward her, preventing her from taking half a step in. The old woman's expression was neutral, but there was a complicated expression in her eyes. She looked at the 9 flying swords and let out a sigh. She waved the jade in her right hand, and it collided with the 9 rays of sword energy. The jade slip flickered and released a gentle aura that surrounded the 9 strands of sword chi. The 9 strands of sword chi immediately trembled, but they gave up all resistance and dissipated into the surroundings. Without the obstruction of the sword energy, the old woman stepped into the valley and immediately saw the statue of Wang Lin at the center. She also saw the jade hanging on the statue's neck. Looking at the statue of Wang Lin, the old woman revealed a complicated expression. After a long time, she let out a sigh. "Li Qianmei, you sacrificed so much just for this person." "Forget it. This old woman promised to deliver the soul blood for you. So, I fulfilled my promise." The old woman flicked her sleeve, and a spatial rift appeared in front of her. A fist-sized ball of blood flew out from within. This ball of blood wasn't real blood. It was more like a soul. After it appeared, the old woman waved her hand, and it fused with the statue of Wang Lin. The moment the soul blood fused with the statue, The statue of Wang Lin trembled, and a monstrous blood-colored light shined. However, this blood-colored light didn't contain any killing intent. Instead, it contained a sense of vitality, a sense of gentleness, and a sense of companionship that had accompanied him for 10 years. As the statue trembled, it was as if an aura was about to burst out. Cracking sounds echoed, and large amounts of cracks appeared on the eyes of the statue of Wang Lin. After sleeping for 10 years, he opened his eyes for the first time. As he opened his eyes, the stone skin on his face began to collapse and spread out. It seemed like it would take some time for his face to completely shatter. With confusion in his eyes, Wang Lin felt like he was dreaming. In that dream, he had entered a strange realm. It was the Tao realm. You're awake." A cold voice interrupted Wang Lin's confusion, causing Wang Lin's eyes to regain their light. His gaze flickered, and he immediately saw the old woman in white standing in the distance. "You are." Wang Lin's gaze was calm as he looked at the old woman. With one glance, he could clearly see an origin soul moving inside her body. There were various spells flashing inside that origin soul, and under his gaze, the spells inside her origin soul stopped changing. It was as if he could see the roots of those spells with just a thought. As his gaze moved, he saw a seal on the right side of the old woman's heart. That seal was used for healing, and it had existed for no less than 1,000 years. Under his gaze, the expression of the old woman in white changed drastically, and she instinctively took a few steps back. Sweat instantly appeared on her forehead. At that moment, she felt as if he had seen through her body and that her origin soul had frozen. In fact, all the secrets in her heart, including her spells, had been exposed to him. She even had the vague feeling that with just a thought, he could erase all of her spells from her memory. What made her even more terrified was that the seal left behind by the High Elder of the demon sect, when she was seriously injured thousands of years ago, was about to collapse from just one gaze. It was enough to cause her almost healed injuries to turn back thousands of years and cause her to be seriously injured like she was thousands of years ago. "I came from the rank 9 demon sect to bring you Li Qianmei's soul blood to wake you up. What are you doing?" Although the old woman was terrified, she had a bad personality. She retreated a few steps and stared at Wang Lin as she shouted, "Could it be that you want to kill me, Li Qianmei?" Wang Lin was startled. When the old woman saw Wang Lin's expression, even the terror seemed to have been suppressed. She revealed a hint of sadness and let out a long laugh. "Li Qianmei, oh Li Qianmei, you did all of this and this person didn't even know. Forget it. I've already brought you my soul blood and returned your favor. From now on, we don't owe each other anything." The old woman suddenly turned around and was about to leave. Wang Lin had a faint guess in his heart and immediately said, "Fellow cultivator, don't be in such a rush to leave." As he spoke, the laws of the world seemed to change. The old woman's body trembled and she couldn't leave. She turned around and stared at Wang Lin. She gloomily said, "Your cultivation level is high and killing me is easy. Why won't you let me leave? What is the meaning of this?" Wang Lin looked at the old woman and slowly said, "I've been unconscious for a long time and don't know what happened during this period of time. I hope fellow cultivator can tell me in detail." The old woman sneered. After a long time, she said, "You want to know? Fine, I'll tell you everything. Do you know a woman named Li Qianmei? You don't need to speak. You definitely know her. I don't know how the two of you met, but do you know that 10 years ago, Li Qianmei gave up the great opportunity to become a disciple of the demon sect? She gave up the importance the demon sect placed on her and became the first person to leave the battlefield. Rumor has it that she went to the everlasting sect to see someone. The demon sect naturally didn't want her to do this, and even the heaven-breaking sect was dissatisfied. Once this precedent was set, there would naturally be people who wouldn't follow it. What she lost doesn't matter to you, so it doesn't matter if you don't know." Wang Lin was startled. He really didn't know about this. He had seen Li Qianmei at the everlasting sect, but she hadn't said anything. "Do you know that 10 years ago, Li Qianmei left the everlasting sect and returned to her own sect because of her teacher's order? You're aware of this, But did you know that after she returned to the sect, she was immediately imprisoned by her master for the sake of not letting her leave? She was imprisoned for 3 months. Why was she imprisoned for 3 months? Because at that time, someone was facing a life and death crisis. I don't know much about this, but I believe you understand. Wang Lin was startled. He naturally knew, but this was the first time he had heard about Li Qianmei at the heaven-breaking sect. Do you know that in order to save you, Li Qianmei broke ties with her teacher, who was like a father to her, and used her life in exchange for a chance to leave? From then on, she became someone without a sect. Do you know that in order to awaken you, Li Qianmei covered your entire body with blood every day? Then she used up all her blood and replaced it with essence blood. In the end, there wasn't enough essence blood, so she used her domain origin soul to replace it. Do you know how painful all this was? It was like this for 10 years, and it never stopped. Do you know that in these 10 years, aside from the last few months, she never left this valley and accompanied you every day? Do you know that in these 10 years, not only did she use her blood, but she also used her life force, her everything. She used her life force to send her blood to you. So, she was extremely weak. Do you know that in the end, her origin soul couldn't be replaced? So she went to the demon sect and paid a great price to retrieve her soul blood from me to deliver to you. Do you know that even before she left her life soul jade on your body to nourish your body? Do you not know all of this? You actually don't know? The old woman's expression was filled with grief as she stared at Wang Lin and said all of this. When these words entered Wang Lin's ears, it was like thunder rumbling in his mind. His body trembled violently. He knew what the bloodlight that never stopped inside the heaven-defying bead was. That gentle and warm bloodlight that nourished his soul even in the Tao realm was. He lowered his head and saw the jade on his neck. The light from the jade was dim, as if it could dissipate at any moment. When Wang Lin looked at it, for some reason, there was a crack on the jade. Do you know where she went? The old woman's voice was filled with sorrow as she let out a miserable laugh. You don't know what kind of conditions she agreed to the demon sect to retrieve her soul blood. How could you know? If it wasn't for the fact that I watched her grow up and was her senior sister, I wouldn't have known everything when I interrogated her at the demon sect. Wang Lin silently pondered and softly said, "Where is she? Where is she? How could the demon sect's soul blood be taken so easily? She left the battlefield 10 years ago and hasn't returned for 10 years. She was expelled by the heaven-breaking sect. So how could the demon sect not punish her? If she wanted her soul blood back, she had to pay the price. In order to retrieve her soul blood, she promised the demon sect to go to the deepest part of the battlefield. She was going to explore the depths of the battlefield to see if there was a passage to the outer realm in the world filled with fierce beasts. If there really was a passage to the outer realm, how could she return safely? Even if it wasn't connected to the outer realm, there were powerful, fierce beasts in the depths of the battlefield. She would without a doubt die, not to mention that her vitality had been destroyed and her cultivation had been greatly damaged. She had overdrawn her life force, so how could she survive? The demon sect wanted her to die on the battlefield to serve as a warning to others. In order to retrieve her soul blood, she has already gone into the depths of the battlefield. The people of the demon sect won't let her return, so she could only ask me to bring her soul blood back. You know all of this now. She didn't let me tell you, but since you asked, why shouldn't I tell you? Why shouldn't I tell you? I want you to know all of this. The old woman sneered. Her words were like awls that deeply pierced into Wang Lin's heart. Wang Lin's body trembled. Originally, it would take some time for the stone skin to shatter, but when he heard all of this, cracks spread violently. Then, with a thunderous rumble, it completely collapsed. The stone skin was connected to Wang Lin's flesh and blood. Now that it collapsed, Wang Lin was covered in blood. But how could he care about any of this? The stone statue he had turned into was connected to the wild continent. The moment it collapsed, the entire continent trembled and unexpectedly collapsed. Thunderous rumbles echoed out as the entire continent collapsed. Huge gullies appeared in the land. and the wildlands were torn apart. The moment the continent collapsed, Wang Lin charged out. An incredibly powerful cultivation base aura exploded out from his body. A cultivation base so powerful that it could shake heaven and earth. After he appeared, Wang Lin looked at the stars and stepped forward. His right hand reached out and grabbed the old woman. "Lead the way. I want to go to the demon's sex battlefield." Wang Lin's voice was calm, but it gave off a majesty that couldn't be refused. Even peak nirvana, shatterer, cultivators couldn't refuse. They didn't dare to refuse. The old woman's origin soul trembled when Wang Lin's cultivation aura erupted. She couldn't even use any spells or dodge, so she was instantly caught by Wang Lin. "I'll go save her." 13,000 words erupted in 4 chapters. This eruption was much more tiring than usual. He had erupted too many times this month, so his body couldn't bear it anymore. His brain was about to be squeezed dry. These 13,000 words were forced out by him using 5 bottles of stimulant drinks and 3 packs of cigarettes. "Fellow cultivators, I've done my best. I've risked my life for 10,000 votes." Chapter 12, 87. For simple words, I'm going to save her. This was a kind of determination that was not afraid of death. A determination that had to be done after hearing the words of the old woman in white. Each word was like thunder. Each word was like tears. Each word was like blood. And each word was like an indelible mark in Wang Lin's heart. However, this brand was blood red. This blood did not have any killing intent, but was instead filled with sorrow and warmth. It was as if millions of lightning bolts exploded in Wang Lin's ears, causing him to freeze on the spot. An intense pain came from his heart, from the blood in his body, and from his soul. "You promised to send me off." Li Qianmei's words before she parted all those years ago were faintly whispered in Wang Lin's ears. Her request had never been high. All she wanted was a farewell smile, a blessing, and a promise that he would never forget. She would not steal Li Muan's place in Wang Lin's heart, nor did she hope that she could replace her. All she did was give up and fulfill a dream that was vaguely from her previous life. That was all. This woman called Li Qianmei, used her own method to silently give up everything. Perhaps she did not wait for hundreds of years and be lonely like Li Muan, and she did not use extreme methods like Lu Mei to tear apart Wang Lin's heart. However, she used this method to make Wang Lin feel guilty and unable to repay her for 10 years, causing pain in Wang Lin's heart. "If one day I'm no longer here, will you remember that there was a woman called Li Qianmei in your life that quickly passed by?" Li Qianmei's words in the everlasting sect seemed to be eternal, and they filled Wang Lin's heart at this moment. "If one day I never return, I hope you will remember." Even if this woman left, she was not willing to let Wang Lin know what she had done. If it wasn't for the white-haired old woman saying that she needed to know everything if she was to deliver the soul blood, Li Qianmei would not have said all of this. If it wasn't for the white-haired old woman's detailed questioning and seeing Li Qianmei's haggard face, she would not have known all of this. Li Qianmei did not want Wang Lin to feel guilty or pity her because of what she had done, so that he would accept her existence. She did not want that kind of feeling. She also did not wish for Wang Lin to turn white and return to the dust with him until eternity passed. All she wanted was for Wang Lin to remember a woman in this vast sea of stars in this world. Her name was Li Qianmei. Whether she lived or died, that was enough. All she wanted was for him to say that lonely people were different, but there was only one starry sky. As long as the two of them were under the same starry sky, even if they were separated from life and death, separated from each other by an insurmountable gap in distance, it was enough. She did not want to forget him in the world of martial artists. What she wanted was for, after they passed each other, for the other's figure to clearly exist in the depths of her memories. She wanted to let this memory dry so that when she grew old and died, she would not be cold or lonely. She would be able to close her eyes with a satisfied smile for the rest of her life. Her request was not high. Wang Lin raised his head and looked at the dark, starry sky. His heart felt a stabbing pain. He wanted to save Li Qianmei, save the woman who had sacrificed 10 years for him. Even if the crack on the battlefield was likely connected to the outer realm and Tuo San was in the outer realm, once he entered the outer realm, there was a high chance he would be detected by Tuo San and face a crisis. Even if what he needed right now was time. He needed to go into closed-door cultivation for a long time to increase his comprehension of the Tao realm and finally reach the third step that was comparable to ascending to the heavens. However, all of this had been thrown to the back of Wang Lin's mind. He didn't want to think about it. He only knew that there was a woman named Li Qianmei who was facing a life and death situation. If he didn't save her, he would never be able to feel at ease for the rest of his life. He would never be happy because he owed her a debt of 10 years that was difficult to repay. Those 4 simple words contained everything. With one step, a thunderous rumble echoed across the starry sky. Wang Lin was like a burning meteor as he flew forward. The white-haired old woman was grabbed by him as the two of them flew into the starry sky and disappeared without a trace. The white-haired old woman stared at Wang Lin in a daze. That monstrous speed seemed to tear space itself apart. As he moved forward, it was as if a large sword was tearing space apart. This speed shocked her. She also felt Wang Lin's determination from this speed. This was an aura that would not waver, even if there were millions of people. There are no transfer arrays below the rank 3 region. The rank 4 Sea Soul sect has a transfer array to the rank 6 region. The closest transfer array to the rank 6 region is the Everlasting Sect's branch sect, the Celestial Music sect. You can use the transfer array to go directly to the rank 8 region. The Everlasting Sect also has a transfer array to the rank 9 region. Once you reach the rank 9 region, I'll tell you where the Demon Sect is. This is the fastest way, but activating the transfer array requires a lot of origin crystals, and I don't have enough on me. Also, the transfer arrays of the various sects aren't normally activated, so I fear they won't easily borrow it. The old woman's words didn't get any response from Wang Lin. After he said those 4 words, he remained silent the entire way. This silence created a powerful pressure that made the old woman's heart tremble. She actually regretted telling him everything. She vaguely felt that after the youth before her heard everything she had said and said those 4 words, he seemed to turn from a celestial to a demon. Thunderous rumbles echoed like crazy as Wang Lin moved faster and faster. His white hair fluttered and his face was livid. He erupted with a crazy aura, and no matter what was blocking him, it couldn't make him retreat. The rank 2 region was very large, but with Wang Lin's speed, the fog around the rank 2 region was pushed back as if it didn't dare to get close. The fierce beasts hiding inside immediately retreated. They clearly felt that a killing god was charging at them like crazy. If they blocked him, they would without a doubt die. As Wang Lin moved through the rank 2 region, there was a thunderous rumble and a giant spatial crack appeared. This spatial crack almost split the rank 2 region in half. With this speed, Wang Lin charged out of the rank 2 region, charged out of the rank 3 region, and entered the rank 4 region where the Sea Soul sect was located. The Sea Soul sect was a branch of the Silent Soul sect in the rank 8 region. Because the Silent Soul sect was the strongest among the rank 8 sects, the Sea Soul sect had always been domineering in the rank 4 region, and very few people dared to provoke them. The sect master was at the peak of the Nirvana Scryer stage, enough to dominate the rank 4 region. At this moment, it was night on the continent where the Sea Soul sect was located. Most of the cultivators of the Sea Soul sect were cultivating, and even the sect master was sitting in his secret chamber. However, just at this moment, a thunderous rumble echoed across the continent, and the entire continent trembled. The tremor wasn't big, but it was enough to wake all the cultivators up. The Sea Soul sect's sect master quickly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with shock. His body flickered, and he charged out of the secret room. Following him were the elders of the Sea Soul sect. Almost as soon as they appeared, they saw the defensive spell formation on the continent begin to shine with blinding light. Then, to their astonishment, the spell formation collapsed, as if a pair of giant hands had ripped it apart and stepped onto the continent. Before they could speak, an extremely cold and indifferent voice that was like an ancient cold wind reverberated in the heavens and the earth, shaking the heavens and the earth. Open the transfer array and take out all the origin crystals, or else die. Along with the voice was a white-haired young man. His face was gloomy, and he only said one sentence. However, the meaning of his sentence terrified everyone in the Sea Soul sect. The Sea Soul sect master's body trembled. He couldn't see through the other party's cultivation level, but to be able to tear open the protective formation meant that this spell was not simple. When he heard the other party's words, he quickly clasped his hands and was about to speak. However, when his gaze met the other party's, his mind trembled and he coughed out blood. His face immediately turned pale. Wang Lin didn't attack, but the Sea Soul sect master was too weak. The moment he met Wang Lin's gaze, his mind became unstable and he was injured by himself. It had nothing to do with Wang Lin. Yes, the sect lord of the Sea Soul sect immediately turned around and rushed out to personally lead the panicked elders to the teleportation portal. Then, he produced all of the nascent crystal he had and respectfully offered it to Meng Hao. He didn't doubt that if he slowed down or hesitated, the other party would kill him. He felt like the person before him wasn't a cultivator, but a fierce beast from ancient times that had descended to the world with monstrous killing intent. It would take some time to open the transfer array. As the elders sat down, the Sea Soul sect's transfer array began to open at full speed. This was because the slaughter god that terrified them was coldly looking down from the sky. Wang Lin didn't have time to wait. Even if the Sea Soul sect master personally opened the transfer array, it would take at least an hour. He couldn't wait that long. The moment the transfer array opened, Wang Lin stepped out and pressed down with his right hand. Heaven and earth suddenly rumbled, and the energy of the universe and the starry sky madly gathered at this moment, pouring into the teleportation array as if it was about to explode. This method of seriously damaging the transfer array caused it to tremble and open in an instant. Wang Lin stepped in, and the white-haired old woman followed closely behind. After taking the origin crystals the Sea Soul sect had prepared, Wang Lin and the white-haired old woman disappeared into the transfer array. At the instant the two of them disappeared, cracking sounds came from the teleportation formation, as if it could not withstand the pressure. Several cracks appeared on it, and it suddenly collapsed. Wang is in a hurry to leave, so I destroyed your transfer array and took your origin crystals. I'll compensate you 10 times. Wang Lin's voice came from the void and landed in the ears of the Sea Soul sect's people. Chapter 1288. In the Rank 6 region, there was a transfer array on a continent. There were more than a dozen cultivators sitting outside the transfer array. There was a man and a woman talking in low voice. The woman would occasionally smile and look at the man with a charming gaze. I don't believe what you said. That Lu Ziheo's cultivation is so high that he even caused the previous sect master, elder, and senior brother of the celestial music sect to die. The everlasting sect would definitely protect such a person. How could he have died like you said? The man smiled. Junior sister, what I said is true. Rumor has it that Lu Ziheo offended the God sect and was hunted by the God sect 10 years ago. He died in the Rank 5 region. This Lu Ziheo can be considered a genius of my Cloud Sea. Unfortunately, he was too arrogant and provoked the God sect. As the man spoke, the transfer array they were guarding suddenly lit up. The man's voice paused, and he looked up. I wonder which low-rank region activated the transfer array. The man's expression was arrogant. As a disciple of the celestial music sect, he was responsible for guarding the transfer array. Every time someone from a low-rank region came, they would have to give some crystals to the person guarding the transfer array. This was the rule of the Cloud Sea. However, at this moment, the light from the teleportation array suddenly increased explosively, reaching its peak in an instant. The heavens and earth rumbled, and the weather changed. Boundless yuan power suddenly condensed and madly rushed into the teleportation array, causing the teleportation array to immediately emit cracking sounds. And cracks appeared. This sudden scene caused the expressions of the dozen or so cultivators outside the transfer array to change greatly, and they all stood up. What gets to forcefully speed up? Once this transfer array is destroyed, none of the low-rank sects will be able to bear the responsibility. I want to see which sect is so arrogant. The expression of the man who spoke before became gloomy. He slapped his bag of holding, and a flying sword flew out. With a point of his finger, the flying sword flew toward the transfer array. However, at the instant the flying sword closed in, a shocking rumble came from the teleportation formation. As the rumble echoed, the teleportation formation immediately collapsed. Rays of light shot into the sky, and two figures charged out into the starry sky. The man with the flying sword was about to speak, but immediately closed his mouth. When the two figures charged out, he vaguely saw the appearance of one of them. When he saw it, his expression changed greatly. Lu Zihao. This man was one of the people that went to the everlasting sect back then. He had personally witnessed Wang Lin's peerless battles in the everlasting sect. He had also personally witnessed the death of the sect master and head elder. Wang Lin didn't pay any attention to these junior cultivators. He charged out from the formation and quickly flew off into the distance. Thunderous rumbles echoed as he disappeared among the stars. The closest is the celestial music sect. If you go there, you can teleport to the everlasting sect. The old woman's face was pale, and her gaze toward Wang Lin was filled with fear. This person is crazy. He is crazy. In order to speed up the teleportation, he didn't even want to wait for a quarter of an hour. Instead, he chose the extremely dangerous method of condensing the power of heaven and earth during the teleportation so that the speed of the teleportation could be completed in an instant. Only a madman would do such a thing. If he made the slightest mistake, he would die under the spatial tear. The white-haired old woman recalled everything that had happened during the transfer and felt lingering fear. Wang Lin's expression was extremely gloomy as he stepped through the stars. He charged toward the celestial music sect, according to the direction the white-haired old woman had pointed. He moved at almost full speed through the rank 6 region. It didn't take long before the 3 continents of the celestial music sect appeared before his eyes. The celestial music sect was, after all, a rank 6 region with 3 continents and a powerful protective formation. Ordinary people would find it difficult to break it, and even Nirvana Shatterer cultivators would find it difficult to break it in a short period of time. It would take some time for the formation to collapse. However, if a Nirvana Shatterer cultivator from the celestial music sect helped stabilize the formation, it would become even stronger. Wang Lin moved through the stars. He was too fast and set off thunderous rumbles. A crazy aura spread out, and the celestial music sect immediately noticed him. The disciples flew out, and the new sect master and elders flew out from their closed-door cultivation sites. They looked outside with gloomy expressions. With one look, everyone's expressions changed greatly. Lu Zihao. It's Lu Zihao. The Lu Zihao that killed the previous sect master and head elder. Wasn't this person killed by the God sect? How could he still be alive? It is said that 10 years ago, the God sect killed him in the rank 5 region. Not only is he not dead, his cultivation is even stronger. Could it be that not even the God sect can kill him? The moment they saw Wang Lin, all the cultivators from the celestial music sect, who had personally seen Wang Lin, went into an uproar. Their minds were shaken, and their eyes were filled with endless fear and panic. Wang Lin's figure was too deeply engraved in their hearts. Under their gazes, Wang Lin didn't stop at all. With one step, he arrived outside the transfer array between the 3 continents. His eyes were cold, and he didn't even look at the shocked cultivators inside the transfer array. He raised his right hand and mercilessly pressed down. The moment his palm touched the transfer array, a shocking aura erupted from Wang Lin's body. Collapse for me! A thunderous rumble shook the world and caused the 3 continents to tremble. The transfer array flashed violently and gave off a blinding light. Crackling sounds echoed, and 5 cracks appeared on the transfer array, where Wang Lin's 5 fingers had pointed. These 5 cracks were like 5 fierce dragons that spread out. In the blink of an eye, they covered the entire transfer array. With a bang, this transfer array that even Nirvana Shatterer cultivators would need some time to break collapsed before the gazes of the Celestial Music Sect cultivators. An unimaginable impact spread out the moment the teleportation formation collapsed. The teleportation formation shattered like a mirror and turned into countless fragments. The shockwave was like a violent wind that swept through the sky. All of the Celestial Music Sect cultivators who were dumbfounded by this scene quickly retreated. They were afraid that they would be injured by the violent wind from the fragments in time. One person, one palm, and one step shook the world. Open the transfer array to the everlasting sect and hand over all your origin crystals. Wang Lin's cold gaze swept past the cultivators before him. His words were like the might of the heavens that descended and filled the Celestial Music Sect. This caused all the cultivators' hearts to tremble, and none of them dared to say no. Sweat appeared on the forehead of the new sect master of the Celestial Music Sect. He looked at Wang Lin with fear and awe in his eyes. He had personally seen Wang Lin display his might in the everlasting sect, and had personally witnessed the death of the previous sect master. This person was able to instantly kill the previous sect master and 3 elders. And 10 years ago, the god sect couldn't kill him. Now 10 years later, he has returned, and his cultivation level is even more terrifying than before. We can't provoke such a person. The Celestial Music sect master didn't hesitate to issue a series of orders. He used the power of the entire Celestial Music Sect to open the transfer array to the everlasting sect. There was a reason why Wang Lin chose these 2 transfer arrays. The Sea Soul Sect's transfer array was 2-way, so there was no need for the other side to open it. One could teleport from the Sea Soul Sect. The Rank 6 Celestial Music Sect was a Rank 6 sect, so they didn't need the everlasting sect to open the transfer array. They had the right to open the transfer array themselves to prevent anything unexpected from happening. Of course, there was a limit to this kind of opening. Only 3 people could be transferred at a time, and after they were transferred, they would be strictly inspected. If there was nothing important, they would be severely punished. Wang Lin's fame from 10 years ago set off a storm in the cloud sea after the people who had personally witnessed him left. 10 years was a very short period of time for cultivators, but his appearance had caused a commotion in the Celestial Music Sect. The Celestial Music Sect was very familiar with Wang Lin. After all, the sect master, elders, and disciples of the Celestial Music Sect had all died by Wang Lin's hands. At this moment, the entire Celestial Music Sect was activated to quickly open the transfer array. The new sect master of the Celestial Music Sect complained in his heart. He could only hope that he could send this fiend away as soon as possible. He didn't want to make Wang Lin unhappy. Back then, Wang Lin had killed the Celestial Music Sect's sect master, and today he might kill again. After taking all the origin crystals in the Celestial Music Sect, Wang Lin and the white-haired old woman stepped into the transfer array. The white-haired old woman was extremely shocked by what she saw. She spent most of her time at the Demon Sect battlefield, so she didn't know what happened 10 years ago. Now that she saw it, she couldn't believe her eyes. She could see that the elders and sect master of the Celestial Music Sect were looking at Wang Lin with unimaginable fear. It was as if they wanted to send him away as soon as possible. She had been worried about the origin crystals, but when she saw Wang Lin take the bag of holding, she smiled bitterly. The Celestial Music Sect was willing to hand over the origin crystals so easily. It was as if Wang Lin was the sect master of the Celestial Music Sect, and with one word, the Celestial Music Sect would hand over all the origin crystals as soon as possible. I fear that even if the Everlasting Sect came to ask for origin crystals, the Celestial Music Sect wouldn't be so quick. They might have hidden some and not given it all away. Wang Lin stepped into the transfer array and disappeared with the old woman. This kind of transfer array led directly to the Rank 8 region, so there was no need to wait. In the blink of an eye, they would arrive at the Everlasting Sect. It wasn't until they personally saw Wang Lin leave that the people of the celestial music sect let out sighs of relief. The sect master's expression relaxed a bit as he looked at the empty transfer array and collapse formation. He felt a lingering fear in his heart. I finally sent that person away. Not to mention origin crystals, even if he wanted the entire celestial music sect, the old man would give it to him. I just hope he can leave as soon as possible. In the rank 8 region, on a cultivation planet in the everlasting sect, a formation suddenly lit up and shrouded the world. The light was dazzling and became even more intense. I still need to take a treasure from the everlasting sect. Wang Lin walked out from the formation and returned to the everlasting sect he had come to 10 years ago. His spirit hadn't recovered yet, so he squeezed out each word. The word tired wasn't enough to describe him. However, he was still very happy, especially when he saw the 10,000 votes and the support of so many fellow cultivators. His heart felt very warm. Brothers and sisters, I thank you all. You have made my ears very warm this winter. Chapter 1289. After stepping back into the everlasting sect, Wang Lin didn't stop at all. His body flickered and he charged forward. The old woman in white quickly followed behind him. Due to the activation of the transfer array, the disciples of the everlasting sect immediately noticed it. The disciples closest to this place all flew over. However, before they could get close, Wang Lin moved like thunder and swept past the disciples of the everlasting sect. The wind he created caused all the disciples to retreat with fear in their eyes. Wang Lin's speed had reached its limit. He teleported and appeared above the everlasting sect. He was looking at the giant mountain. This is the place. What Wang Lin wanted was the ancient god sword that had turned into a mountain. He suspected it was a powerful treasure from a 9-star ancient god. Only by obtaining this treasure would he be confident he could save Li Qianmei in the dangerous battlefield. Tom didn't allow Wang Lin to think too much. He only knew one thing. He had to obtain this ancient god treasure, and he had to be fast. 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 As he closed in on the mountain, Wang Lin clasped his hands at the sky. I'm borrowing this mountain, and I'll definitely return it. I'm willing to pay any price. I hope fellow cultivators of the everlasting sect can help me this once. As Wang Lin spoke, he took a step forward and landed on the mountain. He didn't hesitate at all. The moment his feet landed, all the ancient god power in his body surged. In an instant, the mountain seemed to awaken, and an ancient aura erupted from it. The aura was so strong that it could shock the heavens. Contained within it was supreme ancient god energy, and as it moved, a huge vortex appeared in the sky above the mountain, rumbling as it spun. In a short period of time, the ancient god aura inside the mountain increased greatly. The entire mountain trembled, and even the earth trembled. Waves of ancient god power rushed into Wang Lin's body from the mountain. At this moment, an ancient god star appeared between Wang Lin's eyebrows. Although his ancient god star had shattered, the ancient god power inside hadn't leaked out. When he died, it had all returned to his stone body and turned into chaotic ancient god power that filled his body. Now that the ancient god aura from the mountain rushed in, an ancient god star appeared between Wang Lin's eyebrows. Then, the second ancient god star flickered and appeared again. As the ancient god power that had been sleeping inside the mountain for countless years rushed into Wang Lin's body, popping sounds came from his body. The entire mountain shook even more violently, and the origin energy of the world became chaotic. The sky changed colors, and the clouds scattered. It was as if there was an ancient god struggling to open its eyes. It struggled and let out a roar, as if it wanted to break free. At this moment, large amounts of cracks appeared on the mountain. Popping sounds rang out as if the mountain was about to split. Rocks fell from the mountain, and dust rose into the air. It was a heaven-shaking scene. All of this happened in a flash. The moment Wang Lin absorbed the ancient god power, 6 extremely powerful auras rushed in from all directions. 2 of them came from the everlasting Sex Temple. Each of these 6 auras belonged to a cultivator at the first Heaven's Blight. Lu Ziheo, it's you. What are you doing? An angry roar echoed across the world. It came from one of the two auras that came out from the mountain. This person had a head of white hair and was wearing a black robe. When he saw Wang Lin, he let out a roar. When he saw Wang Lin's actions, his eyes revealed killing intent. Wang Lin hadn't seen this old man before, but from his cultivation level, he was clearly one of the high elders of the everlasting sect. There was a flash of killing intent in the old man's eyes as he stepped forward and raised his right hand. Thunder rumbled and endless thunder appeared in the sky. All the thunder was absorbed by the old man's palm and condensed into 19 heaven-shattering balls of thunder that shot toward Wang Lin. There was another person beside him, and he looked at Wang Lin with a gloomy expression. It was the sect master of the everlasting sect. As the 19 balls of thunder closed in, Wang Lin suddenly raised his head. He quickly absorbed the ancient god power, and the third ancient god star appeared between his eyebrows. Thunder. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light. The moment he said those two words, the balls of thunder that collided with the giant wave suddenly stopped in the air. They trembled violently and were pushed back. They didn't attack Wang Lin, but charged at the old man in black. It was as if Wang Lin was their true master, the Lord of Thunder. The black-robed old man's expression changed. He waved his sleeves and collided with the balls of thunder. A thunderous rumble shook the heavens and the earth, and everything was shaken. Fellow cultivator Liu, my everlasting sect has treated you well. Back then, you wanted extreme mean, and the old man gave it to you. You killed the celestial music sect, and the old man didn't pursue the matter. The origin sect even became a sect of the rank 7 region. Even though you went missing and were rumored to have died in these 10 years, the old man still treats the origin sect the same. You should be an honored guest of my everlasting sect, but now you want to take away my everlasting sect. Do you think you have the qualifications to fight against my everlasting sect? The sect master stared at Wang Lin, and his words were like thunder. Wang Lin silently pondered as he looked at the sect master. A moment later, he slowly said, I owe the everlasting sect a great favor, and I'll definitely repay the things inside this mountain in the future. However, there's a reason for this, and I must take them away. In the future, I'll definitely come back to ask for forgiveness. The ancient god aura from the mountain under Wang Lin moved once more and entered Wang Lin's body. This caused his clothes to flutter and his ancient god aura to increase. The fourth star condensed. Favor? Who do you think you are, Liu Zihao? What qualifications do you have to owe the everlasting sect a favor? Do you think you're the head elder of the god sect? The old man in black that Wang Lin had controlled thunder to counterattack was resisting the spell he had released. His face was slightly pale, but he sneered and charged at Wang Lin. His hands formed a seal, and an earth-shattering spell appeared. Purple thunder exploded around his body. The everlasting sect master's expression became even colder. He didn't treat the origin sect the same as before. Instead, after finding out that Wang Lin had disappeared and seemed to have died, he prepared to keep the origin sect until the god sect needed it. He wouldn't become an enemy of the god sect for one person and one branch sect. He also wouldn't protect a worthless little origin sect. At this moment, he also stepped forward and pointed his right hand at the sky. A 7-foot-long sword appeared in his hand. This sword was shaped like a dragon, and the moment it appeared, the roar of a dragon could be heard. The two of them moved at an unimaginable speed and instantly closed in on Wang Lin. As their spells and the dragon sword closed in, Wang Lin's right index finger pointed forward. One white and one black aura appeared and unexpectedly turned into two small deer. At the same time, 100,000, 1 million, 5 million, 10 million rays of sword energy erupted. The 10 million rays of sword energy covered the world and shot out at this moment. These 10 million rays of sword energy could even injure Taoist water. They were extremely powerful. At this moment, they appeared for the second time in Wang Lin's hand. They turned into a storm of sword energy and flew out. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the entire cultivation planet. Even the fog outside the planet was pushed back like crazy, as if it didn't dare to get close. The black-robed old man was hit by the 10 million rays of sword energy. The thunder around his body collapsed, and he coughed out blood. He immediately retreated and revealed a look of terror he had never shown before. The expression of the everlasting sect master changed greatly. He waved the dragon's sword in his hand, and an endless curtain of sword energy appeared before him. Popping sounds echoed as he resisted, but he was still pushed back by the 10 million rays of sword energy. He couldn't get close at all. This Luzaheo was already very strong back then, and after 10 years, he is even stronger. I'm not willing to become enemies with the everlasting sect. I'm only borrowing something from this mountain, and I'll definitely return it. Wang Lin's body was surrounded by 10 million rays of sword energy, and his voice was filled with sincerity. The everlasting sect master retreated to avoid the rays of sword energy and gloomily said, "Why should the everlasting sect lend it to you? Why should we trust you?" "Because the God sect's Taoist water failed to kill me and instead went into closed-door cultivation after being seriously injured. Because I'll make a blood oath here." Wang Lin bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood turned into a blood-colored rune that contained a trace of Wang Lin's soul. This blood-colored rune flew out of the sword energy storm and floated before the everlasting sect master. Wang Lin's words were like thunder that shook the minds of the everlasting sect master and the black-robed old man. "The God sect's Taoist water failed to kill you." The everlasting sect master gasped, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. "Word or no proof, no one in the world will believe this, and your blood oath is useless in the eyes of the old man." The black-robed old man had retreated twice before Wang Lin. This was something that had never happened before with his cultivation and identity. He couldn't help but sneer, and his eyes lit up. His right hand reached toward the blood oath formed by Wang Lin's blood and mercilessly squeezed. With a bang, the blood-colored rune collapsed. Wang Lin's face immediately turned pale, but there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. He had already done his best. This ancient god treasure didn't belong to the everlasting sect. Due to his relationship with the everlasting sect, he was very sincere and didn't hesitate to leave a blood oath. However, all of this was useless. In the cultivation world, strength speaks, the strong are respected. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Just at this moment, the 4 powerful auras closed in. These 4 auras were the 4 high elders of the everlasting sect, and their cultivation levels were very high. As they closed in, they didn't say anything to Wang Lin at all. Instead, they quickly used spells to charge at Wang Lin, who was standing on the mountain peak. It's close to the end of the year, and there are too many things to do at home. My parents also need my help. In order to release the new chapter, I have been suppressing it until the last 2 days. I really can't suppress it anymore. I'm my parents' only son, and they're getting old. As their son, I can't let them work too hard. This is the only chapter for today, but when I come back tonight, no matter how tired I am, I will continue writing. I will not give up and try to deliver another chapter to everyone before midnight. I have no choice but to do this. I hope everyone can understand. Chapter 1290. The black-robed old man grinned as he stepped forward and used a spell. There was also a flash of killing intent in the everlasting sect master's eyes as he charged over. 6 great cultivators, 6 elders, and 6 first heaven's blight cultivators all attacked at the same time. From the looks of it, they were determined to kill Wang Lin. The black-robed old man closed in and shouted. He said that the God sect's head elder, Taoist water, killed someone to no avail, but that is absurd. This person has offended the God sect and escaped, but now he has come to provoke my everlasting sect. Let's capture him and hand him over to the God sect. We will definitely be rewarded. The 6 auras were heaven-shaking. This was the combined attack of 6 first heaven's blight cultivators. Only those at the second heaven's blight could fight back. Anyone else would die. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes, and the 10 million rays of sword energy around him roared. Under the attack of the 6 everlasting sect elders, there was a heaven-shaking rumble. At this moment, it was as if the world was going to collapse. The earth trembled violently, and the mountain below Wang Lin collapsed even more. Even more ancient god power rushed into his body. At the same time, an indescribable pressure came from inside the mountain. It was as if a treasure was awakening and was about to charge out of the mountain. Wang Lin raised his right hand and was about to use a spell when his expression suddenly changed. His right hand reached at the void, and a crack to his storage space appeared. A jade appeared and landed in Wang Lin's palm. This jade pendant was formed by Li Qianmei's soul. It was no longer warm. A crack suddenly appeared on it, and with a cracking sound, it spread half an inch. This jade had already cracked when Wang Lin awakened, and now the crack was even larger. The crack on the jade meant that Li Qianmei was facing a life and death crisis. If the jade split in half, then Li Qianmei would die. When the white-robed old woman saw the half-inch crack appear on the jade pendant, her expression changed, and grief appeared in her eyes. Wang Lin stared at the jade pendant in a daze. The stabbing pain in his heart grew more intense as the jade pendant cracked. This short moment felt as long as 10 years to Wang Lin. After a while, the spreading crack stopped. Li Qianmei's life spirit had not dissipated, but was extremely weak. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with a blood-red light, and an earth-shattering aura erupted from his body, forming a tempest that connected the heavens and the earth. Amidst the loud rumbling sounds, a 5th star appeared between Wang Lin's eyebrows, and at the same time, a 6th star appeared, a 6-star ancient god, a true 6-star imperial ancient god. However, right now, Wang Lin was not happy but anxious. Li Qianmei didn't have much time left, and he didn't have time to waste in the everlasting sect. No one could stop him. The 10 million rays of sword energy echoed. The 6 elders of the everlasting sect broke through everything and charged at Wang Lin. Their spells were filled with the power of the law of the world, and their power was heaven-shaking. You're courting death. Wang Lin's right foot slammed down on the mountain. The power of the ancient god merged with his cultivation and turned into an unimaginable force. With his step, the entire mountain rumbled and cracks spread like crazy. In an instant, the mountain completely collapsed. The mountain collapsed, the everlasting sect collapsed, and a large amount of dust filled the air. The entire mountain collapsed, and a large amount of rubble exploded, creating a tempest. Wang Lin didn't want to do this. He didn't want to destroy the everlasting sect, so he used a gentle method to absorb the ancient god aura and take the ancient god treasures. He wanted to leave most of the mountain intact and preserve the everlasting sect. However, right now, he had to destroy the mountain to take the treasures. The moment the mountain collapsed, a vast amount of ancient god aura rushed out and filled the world. It charged toward Wang Lin's body. The sounds coming from his body were louder than thunder. Between his eyebrows, the 6 ancient god stars rotated rapidly. As the boundless ancient god power entered them, the 7th ancient god star began to take shape. Although it hadn't completely condensed, a vortex had formed. At this moment, Wang Lin jumped into the air and his right hand reached toward the collapsed mountain. The world changed colors and an indescribably powerful aura rushed out from the collapsed mountain. This was a ray of red light that was as red as blood. Within the red light, there was a palm-sized blood sword. This blood sword was made of blood, and as the blood flowed on it, it gave off a red light that filled the world. There was also a sword hymn that contained a hint of excitement, a hint of joy that had been suppressed for tens of thousands of years. In an instant, the blood sword landed in Wang Lin's right hand. The moment Wang Lin touched the blood sword, he felt as if blood was thicker than water. It was as if this blood sword had always belonged to him. Holding the blood sword, Wang Lin's ancient god power rushed into the blood sword as the 10 million rays of sword energy weakened. The moment the 6 people from the everlasting sect charged in, the blood sword shined brightly and slashed in all directions. Rumbling sounds shook the heavens at this moment. It was impossible to describe the power of this slash. This slash could split the world, pierce the heavens, and shock all living beings. The moment it slashed down, the black-robed elder closest to Wang Lin was filled with terror. His body was cut by the blood sword, and he let out a miserable scream as his body turned into a pool of blood. His origin's soul struggled to retreat, and his expression was filled with fear. Next to him was an elder from the everlasting sect, and his body suddenly collapsed. The remaining 4 people all coughed out blood and retreated like crazy. Their bodies were pierced by the bloodlight and emitted bursts of red smoke. Their bodies rapidly withered until they were almost skin and bones. What kind of sword is this? What kind of treasure is this? What exactly is Lu Ziheo's cultivation level? One sword. Of the 6 first Heaven's Blight cultivators, 2 of their bodies collapsed and the rest were injured. This was because Wang Lin didn't want to kill them. Otherwise, those 2 origin souls wouldn't have been able to escape at all. This sword strike had thoroughly shocked everyone, causing their hearts to feel as if raging waves had been set off in their hearts. Wang Lin's body flickered, and he flew into the sky with the dumbfounded old woman. The 6 people from the everlasting sect didn't dare to stop him at all. I'll be back. If the origin sect suffers any damage, I'll remove your everlasting sect from the Cloud Sea. The 6 of you will all disappear. Wang Lin coldly looked back at the 6 of them. He had been polite, sincere, and made an oath, but it was all useless. In the cultivation world, strength was everything. A single sword, a single word, was 10,000 times more powerful than any blood oath. Chapter 1291. Wang Lin's gaze swept past the 6 elders of the everlasting sect before withdrawing his gaze. The blood sword in his right hand flashed and turned into a drop of blood that landed between his eyebrows. The drop of blood engraved itself and gradually disappeared. He waved his right hand and a storm appeared. The storm wrapped around the old woman, and she disappeared from the gazes of the people of the everlasting sect. I don't know how many stars this ancient god used to refine this treasure, but it indeed has heaven-shaking power. Even as a 6-star ancient god, I can only use 30% of this sword's power. However, just 30% is enough to kill any first Heaven's Blight cultivator. Wang Lin moved very fast as the storm rumbled. The old woman in white beside him was already numb to everything she had seen along the way. The strength Wang Lin had displayed was unbelievable. Before my battle with Taoist water, I was half a step into the Nirvana Shatterer stage. I could battle a first Heaven's Blight cultivator, but it would be a bitter battle. If I wanted to win, I would have to pay a price, and it would be very difficult. However, right now I haven't opened the seal on my cultivation. I only need to comprehend my first Tao spell in the Tao realm to defeat a first Heaven's Blight cultivator. As for a second Heaven's Blight cultivator, even though I'm not as good, with this ancient god treasure, I can still fight. The difference between the first and 5th Heaven's Blight cultivators was very large. After all, if they didn't succeed, they would die. If they succeeded, they would obtain unimaginable power. This was power obtained at the cost of life, and it was very difficult to cross. However, if I open the seal, my cultivation level will increase greatly. 10 years in the outside world is a long time inside the heaven-defying bead. As a result, once I open the seal, I have hope of reaching the mid-stage of Nirvana Shatterer. If I can reach the mid-stage of Nirvana Shatterer, second Heaven's Blight cultivators won't be my match. I should be able to battle third Heaven's Blight cultivators. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly. He rarely felt his own strength. This kind of strength made it feel like he was holding the entire world when he clenched his fist. A sense of confidence filled his heart. My goal is to become a third-step cultivator, kill Taoist water, and kill the Luo Tian family ancestor who tricked me with the Qi spell. The third step was a legendary heaven-shaking third-step cultivator. Before his battle with Taoist water, they were like real celestials to Wang Lin. Every time he thought about them, he felt like a giant mountain was crushing down on him, and he couldn't resist them. However, Now that Wang Lin's cultivation level had increased, his battle with Taoist water, and his comprehension of the Tao realm, the mysterious veil of third-step cultivators had been torn off in Wang Lin's eyes. The legend of invincibility had collapsed, and the only thing that remained was Wang Lin's slaughter. What is murder? Using the weak to kill the strong, like an ant biting an elephant to death. This was the true meaning of the word kill. With confidence and the determination to save Li Qianmei, Wang Lin broke through the rank 8 region and entered the rank 9 region for the first time. The moment he entered the rank 9 region, in a secret room in the rank 9 God sect, a white-haired boy was sitting there. The veins on his face were bulging, and he gave off endless 7-colored light. He let out a miserable scream. His face rapidly aged, but the moment his aging reached its limit, it reversed. As this cycle continued, the pain of life and death intersecting was not something an ordinary person could endure. Taoist water had endured this pain for 10 years. Little bastard, one day, I'll make you repay the old man's pain 1,000,000-fold. Also, even if Master isn't dead, he must be extremely weak. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to escape 10 years ago. Taoist water suddenly opened his eyes. His expression was ferocious, but he soon let out another miserable scream. His eyes no longer had pupils. They were completely replaced by 7-colored light. Ignoring Taoist water, after Wang Lin entered the rank 9 region, the old woman in white immediately pointed the way. The two of them broke through the fog and charged toward the demon sect. There were rank 12 fierce beasts in the fog of the rank 9 region, but Wang Lin had no time to kill them. He didn't want to be delayed by them, so the moment he stepped into the fog, his cultivation erupted. A monstrous killing intent spread out and alarmed the fierce beasts inside the fog. The fog was pushed back, and the fierce beasts hidden inside quickly retreated. God sect, Taoist water, I'll definitely kill you. In the rank 9 region, Wang Lin's expression was gloomy, and his killing intent became even stronger. Along the way, Wang Lin's speed was extremely fast. Thunderous rumbles echoed as he broke through the fog before him. He followed the old woman in white and charged toward the spatial crack in the demon sect's battlefield. The demon sect was the most mysterious sect in the Cloud Sea. Rumor had it that the demon sect didn't have many disciples, but any one of them was a genius. They had been stationed at the spatial crack battlefield for countless years to resist the invasion of fierce beasts. This caused the people of the demon sect to kill a lot, and they almost never left the demon sect. This made the demon sect faintly comparable to the God sect in the eyes of the Cloud Sea cultivators. In particular, rumor had it that the demon sect was originally separated from the God sect, but didn't listen to the God sect. This matter was very strange. Whether it was true or false, it was enough to show how powerful the demon sect was. They had been stationed at the battlefield for countless years and kept the Cloud Sea safe. The demon sect had unknowingly earned the respect of the Cloud Sea cultivators. They respected their virtue and feared their secrets. In the eyes of the Cloud Sea cultivators, the people of the demon sect could no longer be described as cultivators. They were more like soldiers of a mortal dynasty. They were iron-blooded and ruthless, but everything they did protected the entire Cloud Sea. It was because of the existence of the demon sect that the Cloud Sea cultivators could live in peace for countless years. They could fight among themselves and obtain resources. If one day the demon sect was gone, the fierce beasts that charged out of the spatial crack would lose their first line of defense. It would bring an unimaginable collapse to the Cloud Sea. It was because of the iron-blooded and ruthless nature of the demon sect and their special mission that all the Cloud Sea cultivators that came to the battlefield were extremely respectful to the demon sect and had to listen to their orders. If anyone disobeyed the order, the demon sect would immediately kill them. Unless it was an extremely talented person that was recognized by the demon sect and had a chance to become a disciple of the demon sect, they would be valued by the demon sect and cherish their talent. Li Qianmei was one of the 3 people recognized by the demon sect. This was why, even though she had clearly violated the order and left, the demon sect didn't kill her to stop her. However, Li Qianmei had left for 10 years, and as a result, the demon sect would definitely be angry. In the demon sect's view, there was no reason for her to leave for 10 years. If they didn't punish her for this, then the demon sect wouldn't be the demon sect. At this moment, thousands of geniuses from all over the Cloud Sea were crazily killing each other in the ravine next to the demon sect's 6 cultivation planets. Various spells were being used. Ferocious beasts of all shapes and sizes roared as they struggled to rush out of the rift. They wanted to tear apart all living beings. The ferocious aura they gave off was very different from the fierce beasts in the Cloud Sea. It was far more powerful. These fierce beasts had survived through endless slaughter, and the peaceful fierce beasts in the Cloud Sea couldn't compare to them. The smell of blood filled the air. As the fierce beasts charged out, the thousands of cultivators outside the spatial cracks slaughtered each other. Various treasures flashed, and the thunderous rumbles were heaven-shaking. Among this group of cultivators, there were 6 people who were extremely powerful. The moment the fierce beasts appeared, they would immediately die. Their blood would scatter, and the area within 1,000 feet of them would become empty. The surrounding cultivators obviously knew how powerful these 6 people were, so they stayed far away and didn't dare to get close. They were filled with confidence in these 6 people. Among these 6 people, there were 4 men and 2 women. Among the 4 men, 3 were middle-aged and 1 was an old man. His cultivation level was at the peak of the Nirvana Shatterer stage, and the old man showed signs of reaching the first Heaven's Blight. The 4 of them were decisive and ruthless. Often they could kill a fierce beast that charged out with just 1 blow. Of the remaining 2 women, 1 was a beautiful middle-aged woman, and the other looked to be about 24 or 25 years old. Her expression was cold, and there was no emotion in her eyes. She held a thin golden sword in her hand, and when she attacked, countless golden threads faintly appeared around her body. Any vicious beast that was touched by the golden threads would immediately be torn apart with a shrill scream. However, there were simply too many fierce beasts inside the spatial crack. As the thousands of cultivators fought, hundreds of people were torn apart by the fierce beasts. Some of their origin souls couldn't escape and collapsed. Behind these thousands of cultivators, there were 3 people standing in the void. The 3 of them were covered in blue mist, making it impossible to see what they looked like. However, their auras were strangely connected together, forming the pressure of a first Heaven's Blight cultivator. The 3 of them were obviously not at the first Heaven's Blight, but with the blue mist connected, they could display the power of a first Heaven's Blight cultivator. The death of the cultivators, the collapse of the fierce beasts, and the smell of blood didn't seem to be seen by the 3 of them. They just stood there and looked at the spatial crack. No one knew what they were thinking. They were real people from the demon sect. Some of the thousands of cultivators would retreat to consume pills and cultivate. Occasionally, they would look at the 3 of them with awe in their eyes. Amidst the endless slaughter and loud, rumbling sounds, the ferocious beasts in the crack suddenly retreated in unison and roared. At the same time, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from the crack, causing the ferocious beasts in the surroundings to disperse their ferocious auras. The number of fierce beasts today is more than before. I was puzzled, but a king beast has appeared. King beasts don't appear many times, but every time they appear, a large amount of cultivators will die. However, this king beast also represents a great opportunity. If we can kill a king beast, back then, Li Qianmei's group of 3 killed a king beast together, so they were recognized by the demon sect. Today, there is a king beast, so this is our chance. When the surrounding cultivators felt the aura coming from the spatial crack, their expressions changed greatly. They all retreated and became alert as they stared at the spatial crack. The 6 extremely powerful cultivators also retreated. The cold woman's eyes lit up, and she revealed killing intent. King Beast? If Li Qianmei can kill it, I can kill it too. The appearance of this aura made all the cultivators nervous. Only the 3 people surrounded by the blue mist didn't change at all. At this moment, under the guidance of the old woman in white, Wang Lin was getting closer and closer to this place. Chapter 1292. At this moment, in the battlefield outside the demon sect's 6 planets, as the fierce beasts retreated, the roars became even more intense. The roars shook the entire star system, and an even more powerful aura came from the spatial crack. This aura was very powerful, and the moment it appeared, it suppressed the roars of all the fierce beasts. A dragon-shaped ferocious beast slowly appeared from the crack, as all the ferocious beasts retreated to make way for it. This was a completely black dragon. However, it was still different from a real dragon. This dragon was covered in scales and had 2 horns on its head. These horns weren't straight, but curved. Its body was tens of thousands of feet long, and when it appeared, it gave off a shocking pressure. Its dragon eyes were filled with ferocity as it stared at the cultivators outside the spatial crack. Its gaze swept past the cultivators before landing on the 3 people surrounded by blue fog. The moment it saw the 3 of them, the dragon let out a violent roar. This roar was filled with madness, monstrous ferocity, and bloodthirst. It recognized the blue fog. In its memory, the person covered in blue fog was their mortal enemy, the one that was stopping them from leaving the spatial crack. It's actually a young dragon from the 9 Abyss. This dragon can no longer be judged by the ranks of ferocious beasts. Although its strength is only at the 12th rank, it can explode with the strength of an ordinary 13th rank imperial beast that can't transform into human form. It is indeed a 9 Abyss dragon. This kind of dragon hasn't appeared in a long time. The elders said that this beast lives in groups and is even more powerful than beasts that can take human form. It is one of the 6 life-bound beasts of the legendary heaven beast Clipchamp. This matter is important. We need to report it to the elder. The 3 people surrounded by the blue fog sent divine thoughts to each other. One of them immediately took out a jade and crushed it. The jade shattered and sent out a message. Just as the information was sent out, the 9 Abyss dragon let out another roar. As it roared, a large amount of black gas came out from the gaps between its scales. The moment the black gas appeared, it turned into countless black skulls that let out soul-piercing roars. They scattered in all directions and charged out of the spatial crack. Loud rumbling sounds came out from the crack, as if it couldn't withstand the pressure. The skulls formed from the black fog roared and charged out of the crack toward the surrounding cultivators. The fierce beasts inside the spatial crack roared and charged after the large amount of black skulls. However, the 9 Abyss dragon remained inside the spatial crack and didn't charge out. It only coldly stared outside with a ferocious gaze. The thousands of cultivators outside the spatial crack had been fighting for at least 100 years, and their minds were firm. However, they were still shocked. Now that they were here, they weren't allowed to retreat without fighting. The moment the skulls closed in, the cultivators all attacked and began a life and death battle. The 6 people who were the center of attention rushed out and charged toward the 9 Abyss dragon. If the 6 of us work together and kill this dragon, we can become members of the demon sect. A middle-aged man among the 6 people let out a roar, and his hands formed a seal. His body was covered in purple light, and his aura erupted. The other 5 people all unleashed their most powerful abilities, and the beautiful middle-aged woman's hair instantly turned white. Her white hair swept out, forming a white hair storm around her that gave off shocking power as it shot towards the 9 Abyss dragon. There was also the old man with the highest cultivation level. He waved his hand, and countless golden cores appeared around him. These golden cores were similar to cultivator cores, but they were completely different. This was a spell created by the old man with great wisdom. It absorbed the energy of the world to form golden cores, and then the collapse of the golden cores was exchanged for even more power. As he waved his hand, more than 10,000 golden cores appeared around him. There was also the cold-looking woman. She bit the tip of her tongue and spat out some blood onto the rapier in her hand. Immediately, the rapier began to emit a dazzling golden light. It then melted transforming into a golden river that circled around her body. The golden light was blinding, and it exuded a powerful destructive force as it charged forward. The 6 powerful cultivators among the thousands of cultivators attacked at the same time. They launched a heaven-shattering bombardment and began to battle the 9 abyss dragon. The surrounding cultivators screamed in pain. The skeletons formed by the black gas were too strange. They were not afraid of any spells or magic treasures, and directly passed through and pounced on the cultivators. As soon as they entered, they exploded, forming a destructive force that caused the bodies of all the cultivators who were pounced on to collapse and their origin souls to dissipate. Adding on the many cultivators that had charged out of the crack, the situation was in danger. The 6 powerhouses among the cultivators had already closed in on the 9 abyss dragon. They unleashed their spells and began to attack. However, just as their spells landed and they closed in, the 9 abyss dragon opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of black mist. The moment the mist was spat out, it turned into a giant skull that was 10,000 feet tall and charged at the 6 people. Thunderous rumbles echoed. Among the 6 people, 4 of them were men. Aside from the old man, the other 3 all coughed out blood, and their faces turned pale. Large amounts of milky white aura came out from their orifices and fell into the skull's mouth. It was as if they were being devoured. This was their life force. There was blood at the corner of the old man's mouth as he quickly retreated. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes as he pointed forward and shouted, 10,000 golden cores explode. As he shouted, the tens of thousands of golden cores suddenly collapsed and turned into a destructive force that fell on the huge skeleton. As for the other 2 women, the storm of white hair around the beautiful middle-aged woman collapsed, and she coughed out blood. She quickly retreated, but as she retreated, a large amount of her life force was sucked out. As for the cold woman, her face was pale. The web between her thumb and index finger had split open and blood stained her palm. The golden river around her had slowed down a little, but the woman clenched her teeth and pointed forward. Instantly, the golden river around her exploded, turning into countless golden raindrops that charged towards the skull. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the giant skull paused for a moment. Using this opportunity, the old man and the indifferent woman used spells and immediately retreated. There are too many enemy beasts. Sacrifice the formation to kill them first. The old man was very dignified among the thousands of cultivators. As he retreated, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shouted. As he shouted, the surrounding cultivators all retreated. Their hands formed seals and formation light flashed on their bodies. Use your life force to summon the demon sect formation. Thousands of people sacrificed their life force at the same time. As they retreated, they roared in unison. These thousands of voices fused into one and contained a shocking pressure. The moment their voices rang out, a ghostly light flashed violently from the giant crack on the battlefield. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the crack was like a gaping mouth that instantly closed. Some fierce beasts couldn't dodge fast enough and immediately collapsed into a pile of flesh and blood. Even the 9 abyss dragon let out a roar and retracted its head, avoiding the danger of being cut in half. When the old man saw this, he let out a sigh. He originally wanted to gather the power of the 6 of them to lure the 9 abyss dragon out and then use the formation to kill it. However, the 6 of them weren't strong enough and couldn't lure the 9 abyss dragon out. If Li Qianmei was here, with her cultivation and treasures, she might have been able to break open the skull and lure the 9 abyss dragon out. The old man let out a sigh and put away his thoughts. Taking advantage of a short moment the rift closed, he waved his right hand and countless golden cores appeared and charged at the skull. Together with him was the cold woman. These cultivators have been fighting here for too many years, so they had great teamwork. The other 4 didn't attack the giant skull, but spread out and went straight for the fierce beasts and the little skeletons that were isolated outside. The 3 demon sect cultivators inside the blue fog were still floating there motionlessly. They watched the slaughter, watched the fierce beasts and cultivators die. Some of the skulls and fierce beasts that charged at them were touched by the blue fog and died miserably. This is a battlefield, and the weak can't survive. If you want to live, if you want to become stronger and make a breakthrough, you must experience life and death again and again. Back then, the three of us did the same. Of course, this 9-abyss dragon is very strong. Once the formation's effect is over, the three of us will deal with it. Two voices came from the three people inside the blue fog. The closed rift trembled for a moment. After closing for a moment, it gradually opened and the roar of the 9-abyss dragon came out. The old man and the indifferent woman were battling the giant skull. They had trapped it and were about to destroy it. The three people inside the blue fog stared at the slowly opening rift. Just as they were about to step forward, their expressions changed greatly, and they suddenly looked into the distance. An indescribable howl came from the distance. This howl was heaven-shaking and contained an extremely powerful aura. Not only did it attract the attention of the three demon sect cultivators, it also attracted the attention of all the cultivators on the battlefield. Even the fierce beasts outside couldn't help but tremble. Their eyes were filled with fear, and they didn't attack. Instead, they all retreated, wanting to go back into the rift. Even those skulls were trembling and shrieking, as if they had sensed an aura that terrified them, and they quickly retreated. Even the giant skeleton fighting the old man and the indifferent woman was startled. Its empty eyes revealed a ghostly fire of fear, and it began to struggle violently, wanting to retreat. This sudden change caused the hearts of all the cultivators here to tremble. They all looked toward where the howl was coming from. As far as the eye could see, there was a shocking red light. Inside the red light, there were two people flying through the air at an extremely fast speed. The person was wearing white and had a head of white hair. His expression was gloomy, but a powerful cultivation erupted from his body, causing space itself to distort. Behind this man was an old woman in white. Today was New Year's Eve, and after today, I would age another year. Time doesn't hold back. As I grow older, I gradually become numb to the new year and no longer feel the joy of my childhood, especially when I see my daughter so happy. She woke up early in the morning and asked me to take her to set off firecrackers. I'm very envious. Chapter 1293. The demon sect had 6 cultivation planets, and these 6 planets were arranged in a circle. This was a very simple circle, but it gave off a shocking aura. This was a formation formed by 6 cultivation planets. This formation was powerful enough to destroy the heavens and earth. The demon sect was sent here countless years ago and was personally placed by the demon sect's sect master. It was the last line of defense against the fierce beasts. The demon sect had 6 sects on each of the 6 cultivation planets. There were several demon sect elders guarding each sect. The 6 sects rarely interacted with each other, and most of them acted alone. This phenomenon was set by the first and last generation sect master when the demon sect was established, and it had continued until now. There were 6 identical stone tablets on each of the 6 cultivation planets, and each of them had the same person engraved on them. This person was middle-aged, and his clothes fluttered in the wind. There were clouds under his feet and 9 eyes in the sky that looked down at the earth. The middle-aged man also looked up at the sky, as if he was looking at the 9 eyes. Behind the middle-aged man was a giant tree. This tree was so big that not even the heavens could stop it from growing. Everyone in the demon sect knew that the middle-aged man engraved on the stone tablet was the demon sect's first and last generation sect master. That giant tree was the demon sect's sect master's life treasure. Rumor had it that the demon sect's sect master was powerful enough to shake the heavens and earth. Rumor had it that a long time ago, the spatial rift battlefield was more than 100 times larger than it was now. There were countless fierce beasts, king beasts, and even emperor beasts. However, they were all killed by the demon sect master and almost completely sealed the spatial rift. However, at the moment the seal was about to be sealed, an accident occurred. It was as if someone had used an unimaginable spell to stop the demon sect master from sealing the spatial rift. Even so, the seal still played a role. The spatial rift had shrunk by a large amount, and due to the effect of the seal, not many powerful fierce beasts could charge out. As for the meaning of the 9 eyes in the sky, it wasn't something ordinary demon sect disciples knew. Only the elders of the demon sect knew that the 9 eyes in the sky represented the ancient celestial realm. They had also heard some rumors between the elders. It was said that a long time ago, the reason the demon sect separated from the god sect was because of the order of the first sect master. He ordered a portion of the god sect members to guard the battlefield. For generations, for tens of thousands of years, they guarded this place and didn't allow a single fierce beast to escape alive. Rumor had it that the god sect master was actually the same person as the demon sect master. Rumor had it that this person came from the ancient celestial realm. Rumor had it that this person had gone missing, and no one knew if he was dead or alive. The current god sect was actually controlled by this person's former servant. This was why the demon sect didn't accept the god sect's orders and secretly had methods to resist the god sect. Of course, all of this was just a rumor. The true history had already sunk into the river of time. Very few people knew about it. At this moment, at the spatial crack outside the demon sect, there was a monstrous red light. Wang Lin and a white-haired old woman had finally arrived at the spatial crack. Along the way, Wang Lin moved like crazy. It only took him a few days to arrive from the Rank 2 region. Old Woman White. It's her. Old Woman White left half a month ago. Rumor has it that she was ordered by the demon sect to do something for Li Qianmei. Who is the person before her? I can't see through this person's cultivation, but I feel my mind tremble before him. This person is too strong. I wonder which sect's elder he is from and why he came here. This person is too powerful and extremely strange. Even the fierce beasts have to retreat in fear. The skeletons formed by the black gas all panicked when they felt this person approach. The old man among the 6 experts looked at Wang Lin with shock in his eyes. Could he be the reason why Li Qianmei was punished by the demon sect to go into the depths of the spatial crack? Then different woman's gaze swept past Wang Lin and her mind trembled. She clearly felt her divine sense and gaze silently collapse when they got close to him. The 3 people covered in the blue mist were immediately on guard as they stared at Wang Lin. Their expressions hidden inside the blue mist changed. One of the people inside the blue mist said, "Old Woman White, who is he?" The old woman in white was about to speak when Wang Lin stepped forward toward the spatial crack that was slowly opening. As he moved forward, the skeletons and fierce beasts that were struggling to go back and let out terrified screams. Noisy. Wang Lin's figure was too fast and closed in an instant. He casually waved his right hand and a storm appeared. This storm contained endless thunder, and the fierce beasts let out miserable screams as they collapsed and died. All of this was extremely easy for Wang Lin, but he was anxious about Li Qianmei's current state. The screams of these fierce beasts annoyed him even more. With a wave of his hand, all the fierce beasts outside the spatial crack turned into flesh and blood. In an instant, the surroundings became silent. Even the roar of the 9 abyss dragon inside the spatial crack stopped. As for the skeletons formed by the black gas, they all trembled as if they had encountered their natural enemy. They looked at Wang Lin with indescribable fear. Wang Lin stood outside the spatial crack and looked at the trembling skeletons. His eyes revealed a strange light. Devil from a Nirvana realm. Wang Lin had become a soul devourer in Suzuka's foreign battleground, and he had devoured a large amount of devil. Now that he saw these skeletons, he immediately found the aura of a devil. There weren't many devil here, but there weren't a few either. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he inhaled. It was as if his body had turned into a giant vortex. The skeletons trembled and didn't dare to resist. They all collapsed in a black gas that flew toward Wang Lin's mouth. Even the largest skeleton trembled and collapsed into a large mass of black gas that was absorbed by Wang Lin. With a wave of his hand, all the fierce beasts collapsed, and with a breath, all the skeletons collapsed. This kind of cultivation, this kind of spell, shocked everyone except the old woman in white. The pupils of the 6 powerful cultivators among the thousands of cultivators shrank, and their eyes were filled with shock. There were also the 3 demon sect members who were shocked. They began to evaluate Wang Lin's strength through voice transmissions. At least first Heaven's Blight, but why doesn't he have a Heaven's Blight halo? Perhaps this person has some kind of spell that allows him to hide his Heaven's Blight halo. This person is definitely not a nobody, but I don't know why he came with Old Lady White. I remember Old Lady White delivering Li Qianmei's soul jade. Could it be that this person is related to Li Qianmei's soul jade? The 3 of them sent messages to each other and became vigilant. Only the old woman in white was numb to all of this. She had seen all of Wang Lin's actions, and even the 6 high elders of the everlasting sect didn't dare to stop him. This person had even destroyed the bodies of 2 of the high elders. Right now, Wang Lin had only killed some fierce beasts, which was nothing in her eyes. Everyone's gazes gathered on Wang Lin, but he didn't care at all. Time was of the essence. After absorbing the skull, he looked at the slowly opening rift and clearly felt a powerful aura coming from inside. This aura seemed to be hesitating and enduring. Did Li Qianmei enter here? Wang Lin turned to look at the old woman in white. His voice was calm like a volcano about to erupt. The old woman in white immediately nodded when Wang Lin looked at her. It's here. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze. He didn't have time to wait for the rift to slowly open. His hands reached out and his eyes shined brightly. A crazy aura erupted from his body, and he let out a roar as his hands mercilessly tore at the rift. He was on a tear open the rift that was slowly opening. Fellow cultivator, stop. There's a 9-abyss dragon inside the rift, and it is extremely powerful. Once it appears, a lot of people will die. I hope fellow cultivator can wait for a moment until we finish forming the formation. The person who spoke was the person from the demon sect surrounded by blue mist. The 3 of them rushed out and headed straight for the crack. Wang Lin ignored them and let out a roar as he mercilessly tore at the rift. A thunderous rumble echoed and cracking sounds echoed. The rift was torn open by him. The moment the rift was torn open, the 9-abyss dragon let out a roar once more. It opened its mouth and attempted to devour Wang Lin. Wang Lin was too close to the 9-abyss dragon. The dragon's eyes were filled with madness and ferocity. As it devoured, a large amount of black gas came out from the gaps between its scales. Black gas even came out from its mouth. Its tens of thousands of feet long body was about to surround Wang Lin. Evil creature, you dare to devour me? There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes, and he didn't dodge at all. The moment the 9-abyss dragon closed in, he raised his right hand and slammed down. With this slap, a thunderous rumble echoed. It was as if endless origin energy had gathered and entered Wang Lin's palm. It turned into a giant palm print that smashed down on the 9-abyss dragon's face. The 9-abyss dragon let out a miserable scream, and its body trembled. Popping sounds echoed, and countless cracks appeared on its body. Blood gushed out, and it quickly retreated. There was no more ferocity in its eyes, and it was replaced by fear. Not dead, Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light, and he stepped into the rift. He raised his right hand and slammed down once more. His palm landed on the 2 horns of the 9-abyss dragon. With a bang, the 9-abyss dragon let out another miserable scream. Its 2 horns were broken, and its eyes were filled with fear and panic. After 2 spells, the dragon still hadn't died. Wang Lin's body flickered, and he landed on the dragon's head. Become my mount, and I'll spare your life. Wang Lin wasn't familiar with the inside of the rift, but with the 9-abyss dragon, it would be much more convenient. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.